Rosa, you may begin, please.
My video has been stopped.
Rosa?
Yes. Is it possible to switch on the video?
Of course, you can go ahead if you want to choose, if you want to do that for yourself.
Do that. The poster stopped. But anyway, I can start without the video. It's still fine. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Multi-Stakeholder Consultation in preparation of the Africa Regional Review of the Global Compact for Safe and Orderly and Regular Migration. My name is Bosa Sibile. Just to briefly introduce myself, I'm a young attorney from Botswana, and I'm the Africa focal point at Migration, Youth and Children platform, which is under the umbrella of the United Nations Major Group on Children and Youth. And I'll be your facilitator for the day. So just to inform the participants, the meeting will have interpretation for the rest of the meeting. That is interpretation in English, French, and Arabic. So should you require interpretation, there should be a button at the bottom of the screen where you can click and choose your preferred language. Without further ado, I believe we can start the program for the day. The first session, which is the opening session, will have 4 speakers. And if I could introduce our first speaker for the day, this is Ms. Thokozile Ruvidzo. She's the Director, Gender, Poverty and Social Policy Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Ms. Thokozile, if you may kindly just switch on your mic and proceed to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I'll briefly show my face as connectivity in Addis is really quite dicey. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon, wherever you are. So I'll speak from my audio so that I don't lose you. Excellencies here present, distinguished representatives, all protocols observed. I would like to welcome you all to this online multi-stakeholder consultative meeting to take stock of the implementation of the Global Compact for Migration in Africa since its adoption in 2018. I would like to express sincere gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco, our host country, my own organization, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the African Union Commission, and the International Organization for Migration, both the liaison office here in Addis Ababa, and also all the sub-regional offices and the United Nations Network on Migration for their role in preparing for this meeting over the past 2 years. We've enjoyed a close working relationship with WHO, ILO, UNHCR, OHCHR, UNICEF, UNFPA, UN Women, and others in organizing the Continental Review and especially the stakeholder consultations. This meeting precedes the main Africa ministerial level Global Compact for Migration Review meeting to be held next week on 31 August and 1st of September. I'm sure most of you will join us at that meeting, and we look forward to your participation. Our first stakeholder meeting was held, for those that will remember and were there, it was held on, on the 20th of December in 2020, following which we resolved to hold follow-up consultations in 2021. Most of you participated in the follow-up consultation meetings held in late June and early July in 2021. Those meetings were arranged according to the International Migration Review Forum's thematic roundtables, which clusters the 23 GCM objectives into 4 broad thematic areas. As can be seen on the agenda today, we will hear reports drawn from the 4 consultative meetings reflecting the main discussions and recommendations. The UN General Assembly resolutions 73/195 and 73/326 requires the involvement of stakeholders in the implementation of the GCM and lists the broad stakeholder groups that whose cooperation and partnership must be ensured, as including migrants, civil society, migrant and diaspora organizations, faith-based organizations, local authorities and communities, the private sector, trade unions, parliamentarians, national human rights institutions, the International Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement, academia, the media, and other relevant stakeholders. The multiple stakeholders listed reflect the GCM's recognition that migration governance is multidimensional and multifaceted, and hence requiring a whole of government and a whole of society approach to make it safe, regular, and orderly. With your participation in the series of consultations since 2020 at this meeting today, this requirement is being met and we will continue to uphold going forward. The Global Compact on Migration provides us with opportunities to enhance the benefits for migration for migrants, as well as for origin, transit, and destination societies. This, for instance, pertains to its objectives to enhance availability, flexibility, and pathways for regular migration, which is the objective 5, facilitate fair and ethical recruitment, and safeguard conditions that ensure decent work, and that's objective 6, save lives and establish coordinated international efforts on missing migrants, objective 8, empower migrants and societies to realize full inclusion and social cohesion, objective 16, eliminate all forms of discrimination, and promote evidence-based public disclosure to shape perceptions of migration, which is objective 17, invest in skills development and facilitate mutual recognitions of skills, qualifications, and competencies, which is objective 18, create conditions for migrants and diasporas to fully contribute to sustainable development in all countries, and that's objective 19, and strengthen international cooperation and global partnership for safe, orderly, and regular migration, objective 23. I know we all know these objectives, but I thought before we start our stakeholder consultation, I re-emphasize the objectives as they lead us in reviewing the continent's implementation. We recognize and appreciate the relevance, cooperation, and partnership with all relevant stakeholders. And these, as I've said before, includes the migrants, civil society, migrant and diaspora organizations, faith-based organizations, local authorities and communities, the private sector, trade unions, parliamentarians, national human rights institutions, the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, academia, the media, and other relevant stakeholders. And I want to emphasize so that there is no doubt that every civil society organization and other interests are recognized when we look at the GCM. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has seriously disrupted our private and working routines and thus upended plans to hold this meeting in person. We were looking forward to having this meeting in Morocco as the government of Morocco had offered to host us. Part of our discussions today will reflect on how the pandemic has impacted your work as stakeholders who directly interact with migrants in countries of origin, in transit, in countries of destination, and during return and reintegration and resettlement. Also considering that a lot of the work now is virtual, are there opportunities for all these groupings to engage and have their voices heard. Over the next few hours, we will collectively reflect on the status of the GCM implementation by African member states in the first 4 years since its adoption from the stakeholders' perspectives. According to the description in the meeting's concept note and agenda before you, the objectives that we hope to achieve are to take stock of the overall progress of the implementation of the objectives to date and identify the objectives, identify key challenges, opportunities, gaps, and emerging issues. Identify established and emerging good practices and lessons learned so that we can build from them. Identify resources that are required and capacity building needs, as well as formulate appropriate recommendations that we will take to the meeting next week. Finally, I would like to thank all the members of the task forces and committees that were instrumental in preparing for this meeting. All of them worked hard to make this meeting happen, and we will continue supporting the GCM implementation process to ensure that the necessary outcome documents are prepared after the meeting. I urge all participants to continue with their active participation in ensuring that the GCM aim of safe, orderly, and regular migration in Africa is achieved and sustained. I wish you all successful deliberations and look forward to furthering cooperation in implementing the GCM's objectives in partnership with you as valuable stakeholders involved in migration governance in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thokozile. I'd like to encourage speakers to kindly turn on your videos when you speak at the beginning of your speech, and then until you finish, and then that's when you can turn it off. So if we can go to our next speaker, being Mr. Sabelo Mbogati, Head of Division, Labor, Employment and Migration at the African Union Commission. Mr. Sabelo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for inviting the African Union Commission to also participate in this important meeting. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, warm greetings from the African Union Commission. I see a number of colleagues here, the familiar and the familiar names who are working in the space of migration and mobility, but also thanks very much to the very insightful remarks that were made by my sister Togo, who spoke, but also for taking that time to orientate us once again to the GCM objectives. So, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the African Union Commission, it is an honor to be part of this virtual multi-stakeholder consultation, which is a build-up to the main meetings of the Africa Region Review of the implementation of the Global Compact for the safe, orderly, and regular migration. Ladies and gentlemen, it was in December 2018 when the international community deepened the commitment to a new level of stewardship for migration and mobility across the world. That's when the Global Compact for Migration was adopted. Without any shadow of a doubt, this brought about a new paradigm shift on the global architecture for migration governance. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union was represented in 2018 when the GCM was adopted. It was represented at the highest level. The chairperson of the African Union Commission attended, and he stated that the adoption of the GCM was the historical moment not only for the Africa or for the African continent, but also for the rest of the world. The chairperson also highlighted in 2018 when the GCM was adopted. He highlighted that the GCM was going to provide Africa and the global community shared sense of responsibility and predictive collaboration framework to effectively address and cooperate on all issues of migration governance as captured in the 23 negotiated objectives and commitments of the GCM. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the migration policy posture of the African Union emphasizes a philosophical understanding that migration offers multiple developmental opportunities and multiple developmental benefits. As the African Union, we are acutely aware that in recent times, migration and human mobility issues have taken a center stage in our society and socio-economic fabric. Today, it is a proverbial reality that migration and human mobility agenda is not only shaping national and regional political dispensation, but also it's affecting our political and socio-economic world order. It is for this reason that the African Union Commission wishes to reiterate unwavering commitment to a robust collaboration, cooperation, and coordination with all the stakeholders and the role players who are participating in this meeting in ensuring that the implementation and achievement of the targets of the GCM are realized and a responsive and predictable migration governance regime is crystallized. And so with these few words, colleagues and distinguished colleagues, we would like to wish you the best and also wish you a fruitful deliberation and the achievement of the objectives set for this meeting. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sabelo. I'd like to take this opportunity to now welcome Mr. Charles Kerwin. He's the Regional Director, Southern Africa International Organization for Migration. Mr. Charles, if you may take the floor.
Thank you very much, my sister Maureen Goriel, our moderator for this session, and also to my fellow colleagues on this panel, Ms. Tokozile Rosvido of the ECA, my brother Sabelo Mbukazi of the Africa Union Commission, and Jonathan Prentice of the UN Network Secretariat. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants and colleagues from various agencies, the Africa Union Commission, member states, ECA, UN agencies, civil society, and all colleagues here present at this virtual meeting. Good morning to everyone. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to make a few remarks at the opening of this multi-stakeholder consultations of the Africa Regional Review Conference on the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, popularly referred to as the GCM. So on behalf of IOM, that is the International Organization for Migration, being the coordinator of the UN Migration Network, I would like to welcome you all to this multi-stakeholder consultations, and also to thank the organizers, notably the Africa Union Commission, the ECA member states, and all those associated with the organization of this multi-stakeholder consultation. At the personal level, I'm also very delighted to say that being the chair of the UN Regional Migration Network for Eastern and Southern Africa, it is indeed very gratifying for me to be part of this multi-stakeholder consultation to make this remark. But firstly, being an Africa Review conference, this forum reminds me of an African proverb, which says, mountains cannot meet, but people can meet. And for this reason, I would like to really commend all the stakeholders for your participation, albeit virtually, because I know, as you all know, that it would have been our desire to meet physically, as my sister Toko already underlined. Since migration is about human beings anyway, but due to reasons beyond our control, we have had to meet virtually, which is not exactly the same as when we meet as migrants, because we miss out on the warmth and the interpersonal touch and networking that physical meetings provide. And as we are all aware, our gathering here today, though virtually, also occurs at a time of growing anxiety caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has resulted in global economic and financial downturn, and the changing composition of nation states as countries face the challenge of managing social diversity within their borders. It is also a cruel irony, I must say, that as IOM celebrated its 70th anniversary this year, even traditional migrant countries that have in the past taken pride in being a migrant society or nation of migrants are some of those who are no longer sure that they want to welcome newcomers. And yet, migrants are critical for economic recovery and future growth. And sometimes I look at a typical case of this COVID-19 where some of the countries went into complete lockdown and human mobility was only allowed for those who go out of their houses to buy food from the malls or supermarkets or the green groceries or buy medication. And you ask yourself, so who are those bringing the vegetables, the fruits, and all that into the shop that we go to buy? And I can assure you that most of them are migrants. Invariably, all of us are migrants. But these days, when you talk of migrants, people don't even want to hear, which is rather unfortunate. And that is why it's important that we have this conversation. And on that note, I would like to really seize this opportunity to commend African governments for their active participation and sustained engagement during the GCM consultations, during the stock taking, as well as the adoption of the GCM in Marrakesh in 2018, and to commend the African Union, ECA, and all the UN agencies and partners, civil society organizations, for its support in the adoption, and especially to the government of the Kingdom of Morocco for being a great host towards its adoption, as well as its continuous support towards the Africa Regional Review. Indeed, there are many questions about the impact of migration that we are gathered here in part to deliberate upon, some of which my colleagues before me have highlighted. But what is certain is that large-scale human mobility is already a mega trend of the 21st century. And it is vital that we work together to manage migration in the best interest of states and migrants. It is therefore not by accident nor an adventure that international migration has risen to the top of the global policy agenda. And as the scale, the scope, and complexity of the phenomenon has grown and keeps growing, states and other stakeholders have become increasingly aware of the challenges and opportunities presented by international migration. And therefore, there is now growing recognition that it is almost impossible for states to unilaterally manage migration without cooperating with other states. No matter what you do, whether you build walls, you build electric fences, you build trenches, migration is inevitable. We cannot stop migration. Migration is desirable and beneficial depending on how we manage it. And for me, that is the beauty of the GCM. because it recognizes the multidimensional reality of international migration and its positive contribution to the development of all countries involved. Cognizant of the need to provide a comprehensive and coherent framework for safe, orderly, and regular migration. The GCM therefore provides a holistic approach to improve international cooperation on migration. It highlights the very nature of international migration as a cross-border and multifaceted phenomenon. It reflects states' aspiration to cooperate in the governance of migration and the need to respect human rights of migrants regardless of their migration status. And as we are all aware, migration is also interministerial. In every country, you have different ministries managing different aspects of migration. You have ministries of labor dealing with labor migration, ministries of interior or internal affairs dealing with immigration or immigration, foreign affairs dealing with diaspora issues, and different ministries. So it also calls for such consultation to have a common understanding and coherence in the way migration is managed. And on that note, I wish to underline that while there is no magic formula, nor one that is universally applicable, a reasonable migration policy is one that on one hand respects national sovereignty in determining who enters a country, and that those who do so enter will uphold and respect local customs and laws. And two, on the other hand, a policy that respects the old age desire of people to migrate to seek better life. That is mankind's oldest poverty reduction and development strategy. And that the person's expectation that his or her rights as a person will be respected and protected when they do migrate. It is therefore very commendable that the African Union member states have embraced a state-led approach towards the implementation of the Global Compact within the United Nations framework. And with the participation of all relevant stakeholders, such as we do it now, African member states have shown deep commitment to the implementation of the Global Compact at the national, regional, sub-regional, and global levels, in close collaboration and in partnership with all relevant stakeholders, through a whole of government and a whole of society approaches in accordance with the Global Compact resolutions. Dear colleagues, dear participants, in order to maximize the benefits of international migration and reduce its negative impact, the whole of society approach requires governments and non-state actors to create an enabling environment that are inclusive, safe, and sustainable, not only during consultations with relevant stakeholders, but also throughout all the processes related to the GCM implementation and review. These institutional arrangements provide unique opportunities for sustained dialogue and work on enhancing the protection of people that move across borders. IOM, as the UN Migration Agency, works in close collaboration with governmental, intergovernmental, and non-governmental, non-state actors and partners by ensuring safe, orderly, and humane management of migration, and to promote international cooperation on migration issues, and to assist in the search for practical solutions to migration challenges to provide humanitarian assistance to migrants in need. Some of these consultations, I believe some of you have been participating. That is the likes of MEDWA by ECOWAS, that is the Migration Dialogue for West Africa, the METSA by SADC, IGAD, the ECAS, COMESA, all the rest have these consultations to ensure interstate cooperation on migration and to ensure common understanding and coherence in the way migration is managed. So dear participants, as we engage in this multi-stakeholder consultation in various capacities, whether as migrants or diasporas or local communities, civil society or academia or the private sector, or even parliamentarians, trade unions, national human rights institutions, the media, and all other partners and parties, and all those who are playing, critical roles in this engagement, I would like to encourage all of you to participate and engage and to ensure that the African narrative is effectively reflected throughout the discourse of the day and in the outcome reports. So in conclusion, dear participants, and as we embark on these multi-stakeholder consultations, I think it will be important and desirable and relevant to remind ourselves that we can no longer think about our economies or societies or cultures without thinking about human mobility. After all, migration is not a problem to be solved but a human reality to be managed. And if it's well managed, it is beneficial and desirable. Because as I said earlier, migration is inevitable, we cannot stop it. And I wish to assure you that IOM is willing and ready to work with all of you to ensure safe, orderly, and regular migration for the benefits of migrants and society as a whole. So let us take the necessary steps to address the full spectrum of this growing phenomenon in a comprehensive manner and to ensure a better understanding and coherence of regional and sub-regional migration issues, and to effectively inform each edition of the International Migration Review Forum that is expected to take place for the first time in 2022 under the auspices of the UN General Assembly. So I look forward to a fruitful deliberations to enrich the stakeholder consultations towards the implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. As we're just about to reach the end of our opening session, I'd like to welcome our last speaker. This is the head of secretariat at the United Nations Network on Migration, Mr. Jonathan Prittens. If you could kindly come to the floor.
Thank you very much, Bosa. I hope you can hear me. It's a great pleasure to be with you at the start of this important meeting today. And it would be remiss of me not to open my comments with a word of thanks to all those partners and colleagues who have helped bring this meeting together. I would like to also pay a particular ad hominem word of gratitude to the rapporteur for today, Hakima Haita, who has a important, difficult challenge. So I hope we can all assist her in making sure that the report, the findings coming out of today's deliberations are as sharp and as pointful as possible. In other words, I think it is vital that we use this day to really articulate in as precise a way as possible what it is that we would like to see achieved in Africa in support of the implementation of the Global Compact. This is an important meeting. It allows you, the stakeholders, to provide the full intergovernmental meeting taking place next week with keen insights and recommendations. It's also an important meeting because it marks the beginning of the final regional review of the Global Compact for Migration, which means that shortly we will begin turning our attention, as Charles just mentioned at the end of his comments, to the first global review, the International Migration Review Forum. This is likely to take place in the first half of May 2022. It will take place in New York, obviously, whether this will be virtual or in person or hybrid remains to be determined. In the network, we are leading a process to develop a roadmap articulating what the IMRF is, what needs to happen in terms of its full preparation, and what needs to happen, importantly, in terms of ensuring the fullest possible participation, not just of member states, but of all relevant stakeholders. And you can rest assured that the Network Secretariat, a process led by Mon Ami Maulik, who is familiar to many of you, will do everything in our power to ensure that the commitments and the aspirations of the Global Compact to a whole of society approach are fully realized in a preparatory process towards the review forum that includes every step of the way inputs from all partners. So I very much hope that today we can focus on what impact the Global Compact has achieved in Africa to date, and as importantly, if not more importantly, what challenges still remain to be overcome to ensure the fullest possible realization of this cooperative framework in Africa. And that this will lead up to a substantive review next week and inform the global review that, as I said, will likely take place in May. I keep referring to this global review because it provides us all with a vital opportunity. Not simply will it bring together all actors to discuss across regions how effectively we are implementing the Global Compact on Migration. It is also, of course, the first such global review. And as the first such global review, we have an opportunity together to shape it, to decide how ambitious we want to be, to decide how participatory we want to be. So I would ask all of you today and in the deliberations next week to think ahead to May and reflect on what you would like to see come out of this process. And for a successful process, whether it is a regional review or a global review, we require your inputs. It was extremely gratifying to take note of how many of you participated in the 4 or 5 consultations that took place prior to today's meeting. But it would be wrong of me not to point out that as by our latest count, we have only received 4 written stakeholder submissions to this review process. I would urge you not to be beholden to deadlines. It is not too late to provide these written reviews, because if they're not used for the regional review, they will be part of the materials that will be drawn on for the global review.
Jonathan, if I may kindly cut you off, your audio is not very clear. I don't know if you could adjust your microphone.
Oh, that's
It's quite low.
okay. Let me see. Is that better?
No, just...
No, not really better. Okay, let me just see. Apologies for this.
Okay, that's better.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm just getting a message from a colleague. Okay. All right. What I was saying was that whilst the participation in the consultations was very rich, by our count to date, there have only been 4 written submissions to this review process coming from stakeholders. I would urge all stakeholders to provide written inputs to this process, even if they are not in time for the regional review, which is next week. They will be drawn on as we all move towards the global review next year. But there are many other ways that stakeholders can engage in this process on an ongoing basis. We are setting up the Migration Network Hub that is now online, and that provides a permanent platform for discussion and for the repository of key information, for the exchange of ideas, for peer-to-peer learning, and we would encourage you to make use of that. We also have, of course, set up, as called for by the Global Compact, the Multi-Partner Trust Fund. This is now alive. This is now financed. 3 joint programs in Africa have already been funded. There are another 13 joint programs in Africa in the pipeline awaiting funding. There are 17 UN country networks in Africa. There are 3 regional networks. Charles, of course, chairs one of them. And I don't think this has been mentioned yet in the opening comments. There are 9 GCM member state champions in Africa. All of these actors, you should be actively engaging, knocking on their doors, asking them how you can contribute to the development of their work plans, the implementation of their work plans. And if they're not knocking on your doors, you should not wait for an invitation. It is important to engage. It is important for them to engage you. And it is important to expand this footprint. So if you are operating in a country where there is no UN country team that has set up a network, you should be asking why. And you should use these mechanisms to address some of the very key challenges that are out there, many of which have been raised in the opening comments and which I won't repeat at any length. But clearly, the impact of COVID-19 on mobility, on migrants, and the ability of us to recover from this pandemic in a manner that is inclusive of all quarters of our societies is vital. The impact of climate on migration, the issues around gender and discrimination more generally, all of these remain very live issues that we need to do more to develop clearer responses to. It is important, and these are my final words, and I apologize for the poor sound, that we bear in mind also the Global Compact's commitment to what they call a 360-degree approach. In other words, in plain English, all aspects of the migration narrative must be treated equally. Now, what has emerged from the previous regional reviews is that there is actually an imbalance in how governments are addressing some of the objectives as compared to others. So, for example, those objectives on saving lives and addressing the tragedy of missing migrants, or on alternatives to immigration detention, or on the portability of benefits, a vital issue, equally on remittances. All these objectives are, surprisingly perhaps, not receiving as much attention as others. And I would urge you in the deliberations today and moving forward to call upon your governments, to call upon the United Nations system and yourselves to pay due attention to all of these objectives, remembering that the GCM is only successful to the extent that it understands migration takes place in a very broad canvas of human interaction. Those are my final comments. I wish you very good deliberations today. I hope other colleagues have a better sound system than I clearly do, and I'll be listening in with great intent. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jonathan. I think what stood up for me was what would we like to see achieved in Africa in the implementation of the GCM? And I hope as we continue with this meeting today, that's what we have in mind. So thank you very much. And thank you to the previous speaker, Charles, Sabelo, and Ms. Tokozile. I now hope we can move on to our next session. But before we do, let me kindly remind speakers to also be mindful of time. We're all given a number of, I'm not sure, someone's mic is on. Yes, thank you. Yes, can we kindly be mindful of time? So yes, without further ado, let me pass this on to my colleague, Mr. Shafi Bakari, who will be moderating the next session. Mr. Shafi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my sister. This is Shafi Bakari from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in East African Regional Office based in Addis Ababa. So my role is to moderate this session, and here is the session where we actually intend to crack the matter, because it is about highlighting the report and the outcome of the four stakeholder engagement that we had between June and July of this year. So the presentation we're going to hear in this session is to give you an idea of what transpired from these four thematic area consultations. So without much ado, I have three presenters in this session. And the first one will be presenting on the thematic area 1. The second rapporteur will be presenting on thematic area 2. And the third rapporteur will be presenting on the thematic area 3 and 4. And as you know, it is Ms. Hakima also will be rapporteur, the overall rapporteur of this meeting. So without much ado, Mamadou Koita, let me give you the floor for 6 minutes to give us an idea of what transpired during the stakeholder engagement in thematic area 1. So Mamadou, you have the floor for 6 minutes, and I start my stopwatch to monitor your presentation, since given time constraint. Mamadou, over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know if your colleague can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm really sorry because I'm actually at the hospital for a COVID test back home. And I'm so happy just to participate to this session and feeding back on what we have been discussing on the 31st, just to highlight some of the elements on this assessment of GCM in West Africa. But the key, I will just summarize very quickly what we have been discussing, hoping that the other will continue on the issues. So while the region is providing some of the good examples in terms of regional integration and dealing with a long history of migration, as well as some positive effect on the development of migration landscape, it's also characterized by some of the key challenges and violation of human rights. And the more challenging that we have been highlighting during this meeting are related to the high prevalence of interregional West African migration, with more than 80%, according to various sources that we have, with migrants facing some challenges like abuses and human rights violations, as well as they are confronted in our continent by climate change, affected by climate change impact on labor migration, as it impacts also negatively on agriculture, fishing industry, and other means of livelihood. So these are some of the driving young people just to move from the continent. And there are also challenges related to remittances issues, but also COVID-19 show that there are the remittance issues has been also becoming very difficult for many people to ensure livelihood of their family back home. So we also concluded in the fact that there are many difficulties to access to regular migration pathways. And then there is a kind of criminalization of irregular migration that led migrants to use very dangerous routing, increasing the risk for more young people not to face adversity, but also some of the terrorist groups that have been recruiting some of them in the action. So the action by smugglers, by different kind of criminals have been also highlighted by during the consultation that we had. And if you look at what has been also done as research on women, there are many kind of different abuses that women are facing on their way sometimes even in the departing countries, but also on transit countries, but also on the host countries. So the prevalence of sexual violence has been highlighted, and children also on move have been particularly vulnerable to violence and explosion and exploitation by some of the groups on their way. So we have also the issue on unaccompanied children who are also victims of several human rights violations and the heightening risk of suffering sexual and gender-based violence. So some of this has been also considered as key challenges. And there is also a strong gaps in terms of West African internal migration management, but also with other African regions, with many cases of human rights abuses, mainly toward women, children, and youth, and also other marginalized groups that have been on their way for migration. There is also weakness of and lack of available scientific data to rely for planning relevant actions. So we have very weak access to social services that has been highlighted during this consultation, and also very weak access to justice in departure, transit, and host countries for migrants and candidates for migration. We also highlight the fact that there are insufficiently adopted training programs for migrants at all levels, be it at departure countries, transit countries, and also host countries, making it difficult for them to make their living in dignity. There are serious concerns that have been raised regarding also the pushback operations and forced return in violating human rights of migrants. And COVID-19 as a pandemic push to borders closures, in almost all the countries in West Africa, and that has affected a lot people on the move. So research showed that the pandemic hasn't impacted the decision to migrate so much, but it has impacted the journey and how it takes place at different levels. So COVID-19 has led to smugglers and asking higher fees and increasing also the use of illegal routing. It has also impacted on migration ability to continue their journey because of a loss of income. There is also a lack of global policy space to deal with formal sector challenges and the dysfunctionalities of labor structures in the region, preventing countries to have coherent guidelines from different institutions at different levels has also conducted to some difficulty that we have been talking about. So international cooperation is here, but lack of operational tools related also to the issue has been highlighted by the consultation. So for instance, for child protection and care, often on the specific issue that is child labor or trafficking, but without also a holistic view that has been mentioned. There is a lack of security as a major challenge to implement the different elements of DCM in West Africa, a very difficult and unstable situation, making migration management very difficult for all of us. So the undocumented situation of large part of the population, lack of birth certificate in terms of registration, but also the birth, all the related issues has also led to these challenges. So looking at that, there are okay, I will finish now. So a number of opportunities has been also highlighted. The huge contribution of African diaspora to development processes, the different instruments that exist in Africa, like the African Union Free Movement Protocol and other related issues. Also at ECOWAS level, there is a key promotion agent of change that African have been considering the migration as it is. And the economic regions also, integration communities are also been contributing positively to highlight some of the key challenges related to migration. So it's very helpful just to know that the awareness actually is growing and on consequences of irregular migration. And in many instances, local governments have been taking specific actions as the municipalities mainly. And I will end up in saying that the DCM offers opportunity for children to participate and contribute directly to its implementation. So this is an opportunity that has been highlighted. And these are some of the key points that I've been talking about during this consultation. And I hope that it will be an opportunity for us just to know that there is a long way to go, but a lot also has been done in different countries. And COVID-19 is pushing us also to be motivated to work more closely all together in a multi-stakeholder spaces just to make it happen. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you very much, Mamadou, for this elaborate highlight of the outcome of thematic area 1 Mamadou Goita is the chair of the Pan-African Network on Defense of the Migrant Rights. So you see see where he's coming from his highlight. So let's move on to the second presenter, second rapporteur, who is Ms. Tandy Mwape-Belatsin. She is a humanitarian diplomacy coordinator at the Regional Office for Africa for IFCRC. So Ms. Tandy, over to you for the second report, second presentation to highlight what transpired from the thematic area 2 engagement with the stakeholder. Over to you, Ms. Tandy.
Thank you so much, Chafi, and also many thanks to Mamadou and the first session that actually I think touches a lot on the recommendations and also the challenges that most of the speakers pointed to. As you rightly say, I am presenting the very invigorating outcomes of the thematic roundtable 2 that focused on protecting migrants through rights-based border governance measures, and with a specific focus on objective 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 21. With the challenges, let's look at the challenges that I think stakeholders were very passionate about raising, that focused on migrants facing a varied human rights violations that include violence that's being meted upon them by security forces, and including detention, extortion, corruption, again, things that Mamadou has spoken about. And unfortunately, these human rights violations are reported to be happening from public officials that are meant to protect them. So this is a big concern. There's trafficking in sex, slavery, and forced unpleasant work conditions, death, and separation from families that migrants are facing. Legal documentation is a big problem. I won't go into details on that because Mamadou also mentioned that. We can talk more about the solutions that participants identified. Fragmented and incoherent migration policy implementation at country, regional, and continental level is a problem. There seems to be a complete disconnect in how countries are dealing with migration, and they're hardly liaising with officials across borders of origin. In some cases, law and order has broken down where people are fleeing from and leaves migrants with really no possibilities for verification on their legal documentation. In regions like ECOWAS and the East African Community, which present really good cases for free people movement and goods, there still seems to be challenges that are being reported at country level, where border management officials still deny entry to migrants, particularly those without documentation. There's lack of accountability to international frameworks at state level. Participants refer to publicly known cases of migrants facing xenophobic attacks, sometimes even by public officials, and that they end up in death, life-threatening injuries, lawful detentions, but also states just do not seem to take accountability. There were specific countries that were mentioned, and this is in the report. Corruption is rife in border management institutions. And again, a lot of examples were given in how migrants are reporting this scourge that migrants are facing. COVID-19 has also unfortunately pushed migration to the back burner of issues as states are focusing more obviously on the pandemic's response and the social and economic fallouts. There's a lack of disaggregated data. The collection of data remains a challenge to strengthen protection systems. This means that migrants who are already in a vulnerable group, and yet within that vulnerable group are children, the LGBTQA, sex workers, people living with HIV that continue to face even further discrimination from the broader migrant community. The lack of data means that proper targeting of support, particularly for urgent health needs, is falling back and falling through the cracks and exposing migrants, particularly those vulnerable groups I've mentioned, into even deeper vulnerability. There's a lack of recognition for the wider drivers of migration. There's tend to be a lot of focus on conflict as the main driver for migration. but participants called for wider scope of understanding on missing persons as well beyond the sea. Migrants also do not trust governments. That's the key concern coming out as entities that can favorably address their migration concerns. Migrants with no legal documentation who opt to return are criminalized. They are sent to detention centers and violated at many levels. The recommendation is that states must find a way of liaising on these cases and facilitate safe and orderly returns, establish contact in homes of origin, and appreciate the goodwill for those willing to return. And then one of the other challenges is really just the lack of implementation of the GCM commitments, which is quite a pity really, because this is the framework that should strengthen the focus on protecting migrants. Quickly to the recommendations. Urgency to implement GCM and other international frameworks, including the African Union's 2016, Agenda 2016, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, international humanitarian law, the Palermo Convention, and also looking to national constitutions that should provide frameworks for protecting migrants. There's also attention being drawn to mobilizing political will for the implementation of the GCM, and it's great to hear Jonathan speak about strengthening advocacy at country level where networks have not been formed, because that could be a way that can be a tool to strengthen this political will at country level. There's also a call for continued advocacy for the adoption of the AU Action Plan for the implementation of GCM, align member states and African Union policies with the commitments to children in the Convention of Rights of the Child and other African charters, commitments, and now also reflected in the GCM, but that remain far from implementation. There's also a call to address transboundary issues needing cross-country cooperation. Countries continue to treat migration as isolated country-specific issues without proper coordination across borders. There's also a call for multi-stakeholder dialogue, so GCM is providing that, so this is encouraged that it continues. Border management is also being called on to go beyond security and include a better rights-based criminal justice humanitarian considerations, including the access to basic services in migratory routes. The potential for African bodies, notably the African Commission on Human and People Rights, to take on a leading role in sensitizing African governments at the African Union level is also a recommendation. And also to strengthen accountability measures at state level and also call to account states that are seen to be blatantly ignoring the commitments they have made. Documentation of migrants is a problem and requires special attention at country level. The delays in processing documents, the exorbitant prices that migrants are made to pay must be addressed. And if not, then civil society organizations must step in to support the fees that perhaps migrants are being made to pay to access documentation. And then there's an aspect of making sure that migrants assimilate in local communities where they are found and ensure that, again, trust is built within institutions that are meant to protect them. The issue of partnering with migrant children and youth at local level has been emphasized, and to see young people, especially young migrants, as opportunities for development. We had a very powerful testimony from one of the young migrants that participated.
Can you please wrap up presentation, please, Sandy?
Yes.
Okay.
2 minutes and I will be done, not even 2 minutes, a few seconds. I was just emphasizing the testimony that we heard from Paul Kabea, a young migrant that has been living in South Africa for a long time and still doesn't have documentation. So again, a call to focus on documentation as a key priority. The other that I'll focus on is the aspect of ensuring that migration is seen in a wider sectorial spectrum. and ensuring that health, for example, is included in how migrants are viewed. And then lastly is really the strengthening of alternatives to detention as reception centers, and working again with communities to ensure that migrants are supported for sustainable reintegration, again, based on the examples that had been shared. Sorry for the long report, but the team was really passionate to ensure that these recommendations come through and that they are taken on board in the discussions going forward. Thank you, Chafi.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tandy. Yes, be assured that all these recommendations will be taken on board during this consultation. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, let me introduce you to the next rapporteur, who is Ms. Hakima Atha. She will be presenting on the thematic area 3 and 4. And as you know, she also the overall rapporteur of this, this meeting. So Hakima, over to you. You have 14 minutes, given that you are presenting on the on 2 thematic areas. So over to you for your 14 minutes presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Shafi, and thank you to the fellow rapporteurs for the other sessions as well. So what I will do, I thought in the interest of time, and I thought what might be useful for the participants in this discussion might be just to basically give a recap of like what objectives we were focusing on, key recommendations, and then key takeaways. And I thought that way we'll basically add on to this during the discussion after our session, and as well as these reports are actually available. So there'll be more details in the reports for anything that I have missed out or anything that didn't come out. So in terms of the thematic area 3, we focused on 4, objective 15, objective 19, objective 20, and objective 22. The main recommendations from objective 14, which is enhancing consular protection, assistance, and cooperation throughout the migration cycle. The first one was there's a need for bilateral labor agreements with host countries in order to strengthen regulatory framework for employment agencies. The second one was governments need to deploy additional staff to missions in countries with a high concentration of immigrated citizens. We had a colleague from Kenya that basically had already started giving examples in terms of things that the Kenyan government had already started doing in terms of having a hybrid type consular in different countries. So something that other countries could take from. And then there's also a need to develop a framework for the transferability and portability of social security benefits. And lastly, member states need to implement strategies aimed at enhancing constructive dialogue and conducting civic education between citizens abroad and other stakeholders to create better understanding for mutual engagement. As part of this discussion, it was discussed that especially undocumented migrants usually don't tell their consulars that they are in the country, or they don't know that the services the consulate can give them. So there was a push towards the engagement between member states and their citizens. The next one was objective 15 and 16, which was provide access to basic services for migrants, empowering migrants and societies to realize full inclusion and social cohesion. The 4 recommendation that came out of this was migrants should be included in data collection exercises to help the creation of safe and an inclusive public spaces. Cities need to plan ahead for migration population growth. And this also links with thematic area 4, where data was spoken about. And in terms of planning, how data is absolutely vital. And then housing and property rights need to be strengthened to help migrants with a more stable and formal space in society. There was also a discussion around how a lot of migrants ended up.
Hakima, apparently if you can go a little bit slowly so interpreter can capture what you say and be able to interpret in other language. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Shafi, I'll go slower. Okay. And then housing and property rights need to be strengthened to help migrants with a more stable and formal space in society. And then lastly was local authorities need to install more stable policy infrastructure for the displacement. And in terms of housing, what had also come out was how migrants are more likely to be, because they're under the radar during some occasions, and also more likely to be homeless as well. So that was something that came out for objective 19 and 20, objective 19 being creating conditions for migrants and diaspora to fully contribute to sustainable development in all countries, and objective 20, promote faster, safer, and cheaper transfer of remittances and foster financial inclusion of migrants. The key recommendations that came out of this was the need to harmonize remittance market regulations and reduce transactional costs, establish conducive policy and regulatory frameworks that promote a competitive and innovative remittance market, develop programs and instruments to promote investments from remittance senders in local development and entrepreneurship, enable migrant women to access financial literacy training and formal remittance transfer systems, as well as to open bank accounts. And lastly was provide access to and develop banking solutions and financial instruments for migrants. The last objective that was discussed under theme 3 was objective 22, which was establishing mechanisms for the portability of social security entitlements and earned benefits. And the recommendations that came out of this was establish or comprehensive, adequate, and sustainable social protection systems for all workers, including migrant workers. Ratification and implementation of relevant ILO conventions and recommendations, conclusion and enforcement of social security agreements, whether it bilateral or multilateral, adoption of unilateral measures, including ensuring equality of treatment of the establishment of national social protection laws, inclusion of social security provisions in bilateral labor agreements or memorandum of understandings, complementary measures addressing the administrative, practical, and organizational obstacles faced by migrant workers, and lastly, gender consideration and needs of specific groups. For this thematic area, the key takeaways were Africans can learn from the Asian approach when it comes to labor migration to have better protection measures for migrant workers in countries of destination. Even though these are solidified starting points between the African Union member states, through the Regional Economic Commission, it is necessary to create an African joint process to promote labor rights and protection, including health. The ratification of the African Union Freedom Protocol should be a priority amongst member states to enable freedom of movement in Africa. I heard also from Mamadou's presentation, that also came out from his session. So I think this is something that we need to really emphasize going forward as well. And I think there was a discussion around free trade on the continent, and even though that had been ratified more, the free movement protocol hadn't, and this was key for Africa's development and growth and mobility. And then reference was also made to social protection as a human right. And then I think there were four issues that I just wanted to highlight as well that came out that I think Jonathan mentioned now as well, which I felt that we don't emphasize as much. That was on remittances. So in 2020, remittances to sub-Saharan Africa increased to 42 billion. And this amount is 3 times higher than foreign aid to the continent. So that basically means Africans are basically playing a very, very strong role in terms of filling gaps within the continent. And I think a lot isn't recognized when it comes to this. So this is something I think we should really think about differently, and also member states need to think about this differently as well in terms of how we treat donor aid as compared to remittances, yet remittances is much higher than foreign aid. And then there was participants basically spoke about the global discourse tending to criminalize migration and mobility, even though evidence demonstrates that liberal borders tend to lead to more return and safe journeys. And then there was an example from the US where Africans basically contributed 36 billion in taxes. And there was this notion that migrants did not take back, but gave back to their host countries and countries of origin. So I guess it's just emphasizing that to member states. And I think, as Charles mentioned, that there's a pushback in terms of receiving migrants. And I think, and this is being lost in terms of migrants basically give back more than they take from their host countries. And then lastly was the coverage of social protection in Africa remains limited, with only 18% of the population being covered by social protection benefits. And I think this was something that I guess we need to look into, and member states need to also look into in terms of protecting their citizens and migrants that travel. I'll now move on to thematic area 4. Thematic area 4 basically focused on objective 1, 3, 7, 17, and 23. For objective 1 and 3, objective 1 being collect and utilize accurate and disaggregated data as a basis for evidence-based policies. Objective 3, provide accurate and timely information at all stages of migration. The two recommendations that came out was the need for strengthened national capabilities on disaggregated data on migration through the Central Bureau of Statistics and other relevant institutions. This would support policymakers in the design of relevant programs for migrants. And then the second one was the need for comprehensive dialogue with civil societies, academia, political foundations, diaspora, legislatives, and other stakeholders to bridge the gap between evidence and policy. For objective 17, which is address and reduce vulnerability in migration and eliminate all forms of discrimination and promote evidence-based public discourse to shape perception of migration. There's a need to conceptualize the nexus between migration, transhumans, and climate change. And there was also, and have evidence-based program approaches that highlight the link between migration and pastoral communities most affected by mobility in the context of climate change and security. And this was an example of a tool that was being developed for transhuman and migration, and that it could be an innovative way of basically collecting data. And then dialogue is also required at the UN level in order to submit findings of the new innovative concepts and tools. And I guess, as Jonathan mentioned, the hub might be a space that this can be done. And then continued evidence gathering is required for migration and the effects of climate change on transhuman. And then lastly, on objective 7 and 17, there was data is required to adapt projects to the needs on the ground. The last objective that was discussed was objective 23, and the key recommendations that came out. Objective 23 being strengthening international cooperation and global partnership for safe, orderly, and regular migration was the first recommendation. Was important to coordinate capacity building activities at the national, regional, and continental level so as not to duplicate efforts made. Good practices need to be shared at the continental level to ensure that the GCM objectives are met. STAT Africa building capacity needs to be extended to the continent. The focus is currently on 4 regional economic communities. There's a need for labor division in the current migration centers that are being created for data collection. Encourage South-South cooperation to ensure learning takes place and exchange on good practices. And then journalists should have the correct data when reporting and support, and should undergo regular training on migration and migration data. Journalists should be less sensational when reporting on migration, but more factual, and recognize their role in creating stereotypes around migrants. And lastly, the need for a global network of journalists for migration coverage. The key takeaways from this thematic area was the Economic Commission for Africa was noted that migration data on the continent was increasingly becoming more available. There has been a concerted effort by governments to ensure national census collect migration data. With the current data available, levels of migration can be measured as well as differentials and trends. This data is adequate to formulate policies, who are the migrants, where they come from, and what have been the changes over time. And then basically currently, according to the trends, majority of migration on the continent is for economic and labor, and the continent now has the capacity of generating this evidence. Thank you, Shafi.
Thank you very much, Hakima, for sticking to the time. You actually used less than the 40 minutes you were given. So thank you very much. I think all the 3 rapporteurs, and let me inform the colleague and participant that all these reports are available. If you have not received them, you can request it from the Secretariat so that you are fully informed about what transpired from the 4 consultations on the 4 thematic area. So thank you, Mamadou, for your report, and thank you, Ms. Tanzi, and thank you, Hakima. And also, Hakima, thank you for the continuation to continue reporting for this meeting. So since I have 2 more minutes left, the most important thing that that should be borne in mind in all this for thematic consultation is the fact that, the African internal management need to be, the attention need to be more paid to this management internally in Africa, because during the thematic area presentation, thematic area 1, we've learned that 4 out of 5 migrants remain in the continent. So it's important to highlight that and to address it, to see how we can, at the continental level, manage this migration properly. So in that aspect, the GCM is very, very important to the continent. So I want to draw your attention to that while we are going on this consultation, this review. So on that note, I will introduce you to the next moderator, who is Ms. Kumba Diop from International Labour Organization, to continue the next session. Ms. Diop, over to you.
Do you hear me? Thank you very much, Shafi. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Over to you.
Yes, my video is not on. It's on, but I don't see myself, but I'll continue like that. Thank you very much, Shafi, for introducing me, and I would like to take the opportunity to introduce further myself. I work for the ILO in the Regional Office for Africa as a regional specialist on labor mobility and migration. But before that, I was the CTA of a regional project on labor migration in the IGAT region. So I'm happy to see some of the names from that region too, and also see that they will bring their insight into the discussion. So I'm trying to put my video, but it does not work. So I'll just continue like this to introduce this session. This is quite an important session after the presentation of the reports on the thematic areas that were discussed. The session that we have now is a panel discussion with a number of stakeholders who will be kind of clarifying further their insights in terms of the challenges that they see or perceive in terms of the implementation of the GCM in the African region, and also further highlight their recommendation as it has been presented by the rapporteurs of the consultation meetings. And this is quite important to give, again, during this consultation, the voice to some key stakeholders to bring in some of the key issues that transpires from the consultations. And as we move on to the African review meeting of next week, and also to the global one next year, I think Africa really, this last consultation is quite important for Africa to bring in the insight of the continent to the global discussion. So this this being said, it is quite a marathon panel. We have 1 hour and a half, and we have 12 presentations. I wouldn't call them presentations, they are statements, because each of the speaker will have 5 minutes to present or make his or her statement. So I really call on the speakers to be on my side, to stick to the time, so that we get the possibility to hear all the statements from the different stakeholders, but also that we get the chance at the end of this session, the last 20 minutes, to have question and answers from the chat. I already see that there are many very interesting questions. I would like to highlight some few rules that were already presented by Madam Facilitator. This is to remind again our panelists that they have 5 minutes. That of course, when you don't take the floor, to mute yourself, and I think we have been doing very well with that. And that also we are mindful of the interpretation, and so we talk slowly as I'm learning myself. And then to also ask participants to bear with us, as we will have 3 rounds of 20 minutes discussion with, as I said, the 12 speakers. But then keep your questions, write the questions in the chat, direct your question to one specific speaker, so that it makes it easier for that speaker to get prepared to answer. And then also, as we said, that there is a translation available. So I would like, first of all, also to thank the 12 speakers for their time, their generosity in coming with their own insight and taking time to make their presentation. I would like to remind them that they have 5 minutes. Each of the speakers have been given 2 questions to answer. I will remind the questions as we go, but I also invite them to kind of highlight the focus of their presentation. Some of the speakers will have PowerPoint presentation, but I'm sure they will stick to the 5 minutes, and some others will be using the speech mode. This said, I would like to introduce the first 4 speakers for the first round of discussion. It is my pleasure to call on Dr. Ernest Dabir, Regional Senior Advisor, Humanitarian Events Management and Migrant Help of the WHO, who will be discussing the impact of COVID on migration and also the role of stakeholders in implementation of the GCM. He will be followed by Honorable Dr. Tapiwa Mashakada, former chairperson and member of the Trade, Customs and Immigration Committee of the Pan-African Parliament, who will be talking about the main gaps and challenges on the implementation of the GCM at regional and national level, which is a general question to more or less all the participants to this discussion, but also we'll be looking into, access to social services for migrant workers and the limitation of those social services available to migrant workers. Then will come Mrs. Esther Ebimongan, sorry if I say it wrongly, consultant from the African Foundation for Development, AFORD UK, who will also be specifically discussing the issues of vulnerability in migration, and in particular, the issue of mobility challenges that are faced, that some specific groups are facing, in particular youth and children. And lastly, for this first round, we'll have Mrs. Almas Negash, founder and executive director of the African Diaspora Network, ADN, who will in particular also look into the mechanism in place in ensuring diaspora and migrant are fully engaged in the contribution toward the sustainable development in any specific country. So with this, I asked them to get prepared, and I would like now to give the floor to Dr. Ernest Dabir, the Regional Senior Advisor from WHO, to take the floor. And Dr. Dabir, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Ernest Dabir, Senior Advisor, WHO, based in Regional Office, and co-leading the thematic area 3 on access to basic services and contribution of migrant to the development. Just want to say that I'll shift in French to at least have to balance the language during this presentation, this session. So, what I do, bonjour à tout un chacun, bonsoir selon votre position. C'est un plaisir de représenter l'OMS dans cette présentation et au nom des différents groupes qui ont contribué à la task force de préparation de la consultation régionale sur la mise en œuvre de ce pacte sur la migration. Je voudrais remercier et reconnaître la contribution de toutes les organisations sous le leadership du réseau des Nations Unies pour la migration. Donc, à ce titre, je voulais déjà souligner que la plupart des préoccupations et des points ont été largement présentés par les reporters. Mais pour ce qui concerne la question auquel je devais particulièrement, sur laquelle je devais particulièrement m'attarder, concerne l'impact de la COVID et le rôle et la contribution des différents partenaires dans la réponse à la COVID, en tenant compte bien sûrement de la migration des migrants et des réfugiés et des personnes en déplacement. Il faut dire que la COVID, et on le sait, on l'a déjà plusieurs fois souligné, a eu un impact très important en ce qui concerne la déstabilisation aussi bien du système de santé que d'autres secteurs, notamment économiques, et agriculture, politique et gouvernementaux. En ce qui concerne les impacts directs, notamment en termes de santé, nous avons les impacts directs sur les individus qui sont en termes de morbidité. Et nous avons effectivement la notion de pandémie et résume le fait que la maladie a touché pratiquement tous les pays du monde et de façon importante, et aussi en termes de létalité. Et ça a également touché, entraîné la mort de plusieurs personnes, de milliers de personnes à travers le monde et à travers les âges. Donc, même si les enfants et les jeunes étaient préservés au début de la pandémie, et les différentes rounds de la maladie, deuxième, troisième et pour certains, quatrième round, continuent d'affecter certains pays, et plusieurs pays, et notamment au niveau de l'Afrique. Bien que nous avons certains pays, l'Afrique a été partiellement épargnée par rapport aux autres continents. Nous reconnaissons effectivement que l'impact au niveau du système de santé a été assez préjudiciable. Et des préoccupations mises en place par l'OMS et ses partenaires en termes de préparation et en matière de régulation sanitaire ont permis d'atténuer l'impact de la maladie. Toujours est-il que les manifestations cliniques importantes ont eu raison des dispositions fragiles et précaires de notre système de santé en ce qui concerne la prise en charge des cas de maladie. Et nous nous sommes vite rendus compte que les questions liées à la capacité de soins intensifs, la capacité de produire de l'oxygène aux patients ont été des limites assez objectives vis-à-vis desquelles l'OMS et ses partenaires ont essayé de faire face et continuent de faire face. En ce qui concerne les impacts indirects, au-delà de la mortalité et la morbidité, il faut reconnaître un peu la déstructuration du système de santé, et parmi lesquels nous avons eu beaucoup de pertes en vie humaine en ce qui concerne le personnel de santé. Et bien sûr, les manifestations et la manière de gérer le système de santé sont à remettre en cause, en ce sens que ça nécessite de revisiter nos capacités de prévenir d'abord la santé des soignants et de pouvoir s'assurer de donner les soins les plus adaptés au personnel, aux patients qui fréquentent nos structures de santé. Beaucoup de questions sont posées en termes de réajustement et de relèvement précoce. Comment faut-il gérer cette question de santé pour que les prochaines épidémies puissent être assez mieux gérées. Et bien sûr, les implications en termes de mouvement de population, les fermetures des frontières, ça a été évoqué, ont contribué à limiter le processus de déplacement des migrants, et certains migrants ont été retournés des pays pour lesquels ils étaient en déplacement sous prétexte qu'ils étaient vecteurs de la santé. Et ce qui nous amène à considérer effectivement la question de l'accès aux soins, aux services de base. Au-delà de la santé, il y a la question du logement, il y a la question de l'alimentation, il y a la question de l'éducation, qui sont des éléments assez importants qui tous ont été impactés par la COVID. Et bien sûr, dans l'optique de couvrir de façon universelle la santé et le bien-être des populations et des migrants, il est essentiel effectivement de se donner la main à travers un esprit de collaboration, mais avant tout d'avoir un état de lieu de l'information sur les données de ces populations. Qui sont-ils, où sont-ils, de quoi disposent-ils et quel est leur état de santé et surtout leur état de santé mentale. Et ça, c'est d'autant plus important que des efforts sont en cours pour renforcer la capacité de collecter les données, pour permettre à la politique de pouvoir être mieux planifiée, mais aussi de permettre aux acteurs de pouvoir agir sur le terrain sur la base des évidences. Nous avons eu la preuve qu'il y a beaucoup de bonnes pratiques qui sont en cours, qu'il faut peut-être encourager et renforcer de façon à ce que la plupart des partenaires, aussi bien société civile, parlementaires, politiciens, puissent se donner la main dans un processus de concertation et faire de la migration un objet de développement, de faire de la migration un aspect positif, mais aussi de faire la migration des ressources potentielles pour améliorer le système de santé et de surtout améliorer l'impact humanitaire de la santé. Et fort de cette expérience, des recommandations poussent vers la collaboration entre les différents partenaires, tous autant qu'ils sont, de la société civile au gouvernement, en passant par les organisations. Et l'OMS s'est engagée à travers le plan d'action global de la promotion de la santé des migrants et des réfugiés, de contribuer à cet exercice. Beaucoup de pays rencontrent des difficultés dans l'implémentation de la mise en œuvre du pacte mondial, mais l'exercice est en bonne voie à entendre les contributions des différents partenaires lors de notre précédente session du 1er juillet. Nous espérons que les recommandations qui ont été mises en place, les efforts d'évaluation sur le terrain pour s'assurer que les déficits et les insuffisances en matière de système de santé des autres secteurs seront pris en compte pour améliorer l'accès aux services de base aux migrants dans les pays d'origine, de transit et de destination, de façon à contribuer à empêcher et à contrer tous les efforts de trafic, de violation des droits humains, de violation et de limitation d'accès aux services de base, y compris la santé, afin que la santé des migrants et des déplacés et des réfugiés soit prise en compte dans l'esprit des droits humains pour lesquels ils sont. Ce qui est très important pour pouvoir effectivement assurer la plénitude de ces migrants en tant que droits humains et aussi la contribution au développement des différents pays, aussi bien les pays de départ, de transit et d'arrivée. Donc,
je peux vous demander juste de conclure, s'il vous plaît?
Oui, donc
Merci
en termes
beaucoup.
de conclusion, je disais tantôt que les différentes organisations sont données main dans la main et chacun, en ce qui le concerne, touche différents aspects de ce qui contribue au bien-être global de la santé des migrants et que cette collaboration doit pouvoir se traduire en actions concrètes, aussi bien au niveau politique, au niveau stratégique, au niveau opérationnel, sans bien sûr oublier la contribution de la société civile et des communautés elles-mêmes pour assurer une résilience et une meilleure couverture des besoins sur le long terme en termes de couverture d'accès aux besoins les plus fondamentaux. Merci de votre écoute et je me prête à répondre lors de la session des questions. Merci, Madame Kumba, je vous retourne la parole.
Merci beaucoup, docteur. Merci. Je pense que vous êtes encore avec nous pour pouvoir discuter avec les participants de l'impact de COVID et aussi de l'importance de l'accès aux services. Je vais maintenant donner la parole. Je vais changer en anglais parce que notre prochain présentateur va présenter en anglais. Je vais donner la parole au docteur Tapiwa Mashalkada pour sa présentation à 5 minutes et puis le suivant, Madame Esther peut prendre la parole. Donc, docteur Tapiwa, vous avez la parole. Dr. Tapiwa, can you take the floor? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity of the GCM nationally and regionally. First of all, I think we are all agreed that because the GCM is not binding legally, it is just an intentional combat.
I think we don't hear very well. Am I the only one?
Or I mean, among all countries in the world, by the GCM, which is still a challenge. Can you hear me? Can you hear? Hello?
Yes, it's a bit scattered from my side, but yes, we can hear you. It says your network band is slow.
Yes.
Okay,
Maybe
so please go ahead.
Let me start again.
Yes.
I was just saying that the GCM is not a legally binding compact. So most governments in Africa and the region don't feel really committed or bound by the provisions of the GCM. Yes, they might agree in principle, but when it comes to taking actions and implementing actions as exposed by the GCM on the ground, there's some bit of slowness and hesitation and reluctance in the combat, but all is not lost. There should be more encouragement and more engagement of national and regional governments so that they understand the significance of the combat in the. That's an area, it's not totally lost, it is work in progress. The other challenge is, of course, the difficulties in isolating migrants and refugees. You find that if migrants present themselves at the borders without claiming refuge,
we don't hear very well.
In most cases, so that is a lacuna. That is an area that needs to be resolved, where migrants should also enter the country without any problems. Whether they are refugees or they are not refugees, they must be able to freely enter the country where they need to seek employment or skills and so on and so forth. So the lack of distinction between refugees and migrants pose problems at the point of entry at the border. The third challenge is, of course, there's lack of a whole government approach. The issues of migration are still the preserve of ministries of Home Affairs or Interior, whereas it must also be issues to touch on labor, issues to touch on foreign affairs, issues to touch on other government departments. So we need to encourage a whole of government approach in the management of migration governance in Africa, regionally and nationally. The other main challenge is, of course, lack of data and specifics on the types of migrants, the profile of migrants that are coming into our various countries and regions. So we need to strengthen our national statistical offices so that we can have reliable, practical data, so that we can manage the valuable. So that's an area where we need to work on. The fourth challenge is, of course, xenophobia. We must not underestimate the impact of xenophobia as an inhibiting factor on migration governance. Some countries still are xenophobic when it comes to entry by migrants because of lack of employment opportunities. They feel that migrants are after their jobs. They are competing for the limited labor market space in terms of employment. So xenophobia is a growing challenge for migrants. And of course, security considerations also have to be taken into account in migration management so that host countries don't feel threatened politically or in terms of security by the entry of migrants into their countries. But generally, African countries like Zimbabwe accepted without questions, and they've got access to education, health, social infrastructure, social protection. They can also repatriate their incomes back home, and so on and so forth. So some of the countries, especially in SADC, are already beginning to receive migrants and giving them equal rights in terms of entry, right of residence, and right of establishment. So that is a huge, that's huge progress that has been migration management. But the elephant identify the free movement protocol. As long as African countries don't relate to the free movement protocol, it is very difficult to manage the inflow of migrants because there's a general lack of mobility when it comes to cross-border movements by migrants. But if we ratify the protocol on free movement, right of entry, residence, and establishment, I think it will make it easier for migrants to move freely. The other instrument is the issue of the African passport. You know, the AU is introducing the African passport, but it's a slow process. Once there's an African passport, at least all Africans are now African citizens. They'll be able to go from one country to the other in search of opportunities and, of course, contributing to the development of those host countries. Migrants can contribute a lot by way of their skills and so on in the development of the host country. So the African passport will go a long way in promoting the migration governance.
Dr.
So
Tapiwa, can I ask you to
that,
conclude? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dr. Yeah.
Yes, so I can say that yes, the GCM is working, but we need to knock harder on the doors of African governments and RECs so that they can understand that it is a practical way, intergovernmental way to deal with the migration on the continent, also in the RECs and nationally. Lastly, stakeholder cooperation is very important. Trade unions and employers organizations must also be involved. And I think governments tend to neglect the social partners in the migration of governance, in the management of migration governance, and that weakens the whole issue of the GCM to be a strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tapiwa. Thank you very much for your insight and to highlight some of the key instruments in the African region that can speed up the process of implementing the GCM, and also calling for more stakeholder consultation. I would like now to move on to our next speaker, who is Mrs. Esther Ebi-Mowan from the AFORT. Mrs. Esther, you have the floor. I just would like to ask you to stick to the 5 minutes. We are already... Dr. Tapiwa, can we ask you to mute yourself, please? Can someone mute Dr.? Yes, thank you so much. So, Mrs. Esther, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kumba, and thank you to the floor for allowing me to make this intervention. My name is Miss Esther Angonemi Ebimoha. I'm a young migrant. I'm originally from Nigeria and currently based in Hungary. I'm the Deputy African Focal Point representing the Migration Youth and Children Platform under the umbrella of the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth in this important multi-stakeholder consultation on African regional review for the implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. As a young migrant, I know how important the implementation of the GCM is, and I strongly believe that a migrant is first of all a human being that is entitled to the universal human rights and fundamental freedoms. My journey as a young migrant challenges and shapes my migration narrative. Now, during my undergraduate studies in the UK, I sought out opportunities to add value and solve the issue of limited access to legal aid for marginalized and vulnerable communities under the auspices of the Community Legal Outreach Collaboration KILL scheme. In the wake of the pandemic, as a graduate student in Hungary, I pioneered a mental health resilience project and a thesis body program supporting over 400 students to bolster their resilience in pursuit of their education. This is one out of several positive contributions that young migrants continue to engage in. I am proud to be part of this multi-stakeholder meeting today because you all have the capacity to address these gaps, either by working with government policymakers to fund similar civil society programs to help create protocols that eliminate all forms of discrimination to shape perceptions of migration and influence conditions for migrants and diasporas to fully contribute to sustainable development in all countries. in line with objectives 17 and 19 of the GCM, to create conditions for young migrants and diasporas to fully contribute to sustainable development in all countries. Our consultations with African Foundation for Development, AFOD UK, and the Mixed Migration Center shows the challenge of irregular migration of young people due to a lack of decent jobs. To address this vulnerability in migration, AFOD Business Center is engaging young local entrepreneurs by creating decent jobs to provide more economic opportunities in the country of origin to manage irregular migration for the benefit of all. AFOD also engages diaspora resource persons and volunteers to provide business development support, mentorship, and training sessions for young entrepreneurs in Africa. It is central for state actors to recognize the push and pull factors for young people in migration, that a lack of decent job creation and a lack of an enabling environment that provides young people with a vision, as some young people left well-paid jobs to migrate through irregular channels. Beyond job creation, migration and the better future it promises often offers self-actualization and fulfillment not easily achieved in migrants' home countries. For some, there is no chance of achieving this in their home countries at all. Beyond job creation, we need to be able to promise young Africans a future. AFOD's Business Center initiative now includes Remit Skills, starting this year, to support young graduates from the technical, vocational, education, and training sector with employment and entrepreneurial skills through regular migration programs that they can bring back to their home countries. As young migrants on the continent, we ask the relevant stakeholders present to help us push for decent job creation, to provide more economic opportunities and choices in the country of origin to manage irregular migration for the benefit of all. We need policies that call for increased funding, but we also need clear procedures for our ideal vision of how things should be and ensure access for young migrants to these whilst waiting on formalized channels to do their jobs. Let's use this opportunity to bring about real change for all migrants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther. Thank you very much for your very strong message, and thank you for being the first one to stick to the time. So you paved the way for other speakers to do the same. Very encouraging message, very important message of looking into the root causes of migration and also working on our weak labor markets in Africa to create jobs for youth so that they can have alternative to migration. That's very important point that you raised there. Thank you, Esther. I would like now to move to our next speaker for this first round, who has been waiting for a while now. So thank you very much for being with us, Mrs. Almas Negash, Founder and Executive Director, African Diaspora Network. Mrs. Almas, you have the floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to thank the organizing committee, UN Network on Migration, UNECA, IOM, and distinguished guests. I'm delighted to join you today from California, USA. It's pretty much almost 3 a.m. my time, but so delighted to be, because this is such an important framework that needs to be discussed, needs to be addressed, but also needs to be acted on. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that will guide the discussion. If you allow me, I can share it and walk you through. I am not here today to speak about what the African Diaspora Network does, but mostly to really talk about what the contribution of the diaspora is. What is the role? What are the barriers that continue to hinder true investment from the diaspora into the continent? As many of you know,
just ask the IT to allow you to share your presentation as you move on. Just asking you also to stick to the time.
It did. Yeah, I will.
Excellent.
I will stick to the time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I will stick to the time. But I think just in general, what I'm trying to say is I've spoken at the last, I believe was July or June convening as well, and I'm not going to repeat the same thing, but this is a bit of a different presentation. the African diaspora is already the largest investor in the continent. I say investment because the largest number of remittances, amount of remittances that goes into the continent, it comes from the diaspora. And so I'm always asking that question: if the diaspora is the largest investor and the most engaged in the continent, it behooves the government of Africans to actually engage the diaspora intentionally. And there is a role for the diaspora to play. Of course, it's not just because we send remittances, but there's also knowledge and skills to be shared. To that end, let me just start by sharing these numbers, and where I am heading with this is really to try to bring that notion and that possibility of the diaspora collaboration and action to the continent. We have vested interests to invest in the continent. I am originally from Eritrea. I have been in the United States for more of my life. I left home when after high school, so it's been years since I've been out of my country, but I still continue to connect to that home where I come from, and then the community in which we live. But what is great about the discussion that we're having today and the opportunity for the continent is the growth of population. By 2050, we're supposed to be 2.2 billion. I'd rather look at this as an opportunity than as a challenge. It's an opportunity because we're talking about human capital that probably no other country in the world would have. So the question is, how are we going to harness this and make sure that African governments are investing in human capital? According to the African Development Bank, there was a statement issued, I believe was in 2018 or 2019. Africans need to at least invest, the government, 600 to 700 billion annually in order to meet this developing, this growing population. I would encourage the continent to take this, the leaders to take this as an opportunity. Otherwise, that population boom will actually end up being a liability, and which none of us want to see. And that's where the diaspora comes in. And so if the diaspora, even during COVID, which has been hard for many, many low-skilled laborers all over the world, but especially in the United States where I am, majority of money comes from individuals, immigrants from Africa who are doing jobs that are in the service industry. Even with all the challenges that they went through, actually it wasn't as bad. The remittances to the continent was not as bad as it was feared. So in 2020, 42 billion went in remittances. So remember, this is much higher than the direct foreign investment or other aid that Africa gets from anybody else. So I think the diaspora is a force to reckon with, and I do hope, and I continue to convene people from around the world in Silicon Valley to ensure that this doesn't get lost in anybody. But we definitely need the collaboration of the government. When we talk about diaspora, we are removed from where we come from. We just have that affinity to the continent. Policies have to be made in the countries. We have 55 countries, and that's what GCM is going to enable. I know it's a framework, but we will all work together and hopefully to see at one point being ratified and being implemented so that it doesn't become a talk, but real action. So as I said, the diaspora gifts, you can see the latest one being 42, but in 2018 it was 39. So really, it's incredible that it continues to grow and it's not going down. And that's really the case of my presentation here. But what I want to spend a little bit more time is one of the questions, the barrier of to engagement. If you reverse these barriers, they become opportunities. So I'm just going to try to put them all together. I think what's the greatest challenge for diasporans trying to do investment and business in the continent, if you ask us, and this has been research, I'm not doing this out of vacuum, I'm not sharing this with you out of vacuum, you all know this. I think the greatest thing and the most important thing that African governments can do, and it's again, it's not the whole, Africa is a 55 country, so it's country by country. Transparency is extremely important for any investment, not only just the diaspora. We shouldn't take each other for granted, really to increase investment back in the continent. Transparency is critical. They need to develop and enforce transparency, and that would enable a lot more investment back towards the continent, especially as it grows in population. Policies and regulations. The governments have to create an enabling ecosystem that will allow the diaspora and others to invest. Why the diaspora? It's not just I bringing, sending money, remittances, or investing in my own home country, but also really bringing others with us, Americans and others, Asians and other countries, Europeans, to invest with us. We become ambassadors for the continent. And I think it's very, very important to create policies and regulations that will enable that kind of investment. And especially on the diaspora, I think it's very, very important for governments to incentivize the diaspora, whether it's giving them tax credit or other ways to bring that investment back to the continent. And then, of course, a long-term sustainable partnership program with the diaspora. This is very, very important. And I am happy to say it's already starting in some countries between their diaspora and the governments. There is a pretty well developed relationship, and that's very, very important. And I think to even make that possible, I think many of the diaspora, the governments are creating a cabinet level position for diasporans. Some of them, they call it diaspora engagement officer. Some actually have offices within embassies. This is a lesson learned from Indian diaspora, which I'm really happy to say that they are a very, very good group for us to learn from, to share resources and knowledge. And the ADN has a lot of Indian diaspora as part of its platform. And I think this is not one know everything, but we have to continue to learn and grow. And then, of course, try to work with everyone.
Negashi, 1 minute to conclude.
Well, thank you. I will try.
Thanks.
And so I think the other question was, what are the engagement mechanisms that are already available? I think IFAD, they do a great job, really not just talking, but also acting and coming up with policies, because engagement is important. Convening is critical for the diaspora. We need to get together in order for us to figure out what we need to do. So engagement, and that's what my organization does as well. But the most engaged communities are also within their own origin. So you've got the Nigerians, the Ghanaians, the Kenyans, the Rwandans, and on and on and on, having their own community engagement. On the remittances, there is a lot of financial inclusion and financial technology being happened, all kind of fintech. And I do want to just shout out for the Prime Africa platform, which is also coming from our friends at IFAD, and they're doing a great job. And I'm trying to figure out how we can probably bring this one out to Silicon Valley and have them present their idea. I think since I don't have much time, but I wanted to share this. Africa has a pretty large number of people to engage in the diaspora. And I think it is so important to really do this intentionally in order to harness that knowledge and that opportunity back to the continent. But I also say that the future of Africa pretty much lies in Africans. I think the question is, how do we create an enabling ecosystem, as I said before, that would enable that the countries in Africa to actually harness the treasure, talent, and time of the diaspora. I think this is an ongoing effort. I would encourage each and every one of you sitting in the continent to be able to engage with the diaspora intentionally, so that we don't become an afterthought, but really an integral aspect of it, which is why I love to join you in the middle of the night in where I am, because what GCM is doing is pretty much telling the diaspora is immigrants are an asset to anywhere they go. I am very proud that in the United States, we actually are not just giving back to the continent. We give back more to the communities where we live in. And thank you. And I really wish you the very best as you move forward with making this happen. I may not want to drop on you, so I have to leave soon, but I want to just thank you for the opportunity and good luck.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Nagash, for your commitment and your passion and your very positive message. I think we need more of these to show with facts the weight of the diaspora and all the opportunity that are there in terms of remittances, but also skills, networking, and some of the key messages that you share with us. Thanks for being with us up to 3. It shows your commitment. With this, I would like to thank the 4 speakers of the first round for this discussion, to Dr. Ernest Dabir, to Dr. Tapiwa, to Mrs. Astor and Mrs. Almas for their very insightful presentation. I would like to ask participants to bear with us and also share their questions or contributions to the subject matter that were discussed by the 4 speakers. And I would like now to welcome the second round of discussion with 4 other speakers who will follow the same structure. We have 4 speakers from 4 different organizations that are relevant to the discussion we're having on the implementation of the GCM. We have a representative from the civil society, Mr. Brian Chigawa, member of the Economic, Social and Cultural Council, ECOSOC Working Group on the African Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. Shigawa will be talking about the role of the civil society and in partnership with local authorities in policy making and strengthening international cooperation for safe, orderly and regular migration, beside talking about the challenges in the implementation. Then he will be followed by Dr. Juma Nyende, Director of the East Africa Regional Office of the United Cities and Local Government of Africa. He will be also talking about some of the programs in place in training responders, border official and law enforcement authorities in facilitating assistance to migrant workers in situation of vulnerability. Then Dr. Juma will be followed by a representative from the private sector, Mr. Stephen Obiro, Head of Advocacy, Communication and Partnership of the International Organization of Employers, coming from the Kenyan division. Mr. Obiro will be talking about the role of the private sector to promote migrant employability, employment, self-entrepreneurship beyond influence in migration policy. So given the perspective from employers' organizations as well. And he will be followed by another social partner, representative from the trade union, Mr. Joel Akator Odije, International Trade Union Confederation. He will be also talking about the role of social part of trade unions in also ensuring fair recruitment of migrant workers as well as their skills recognition. Mr. Speakers, you know the rules, 5 minutes, so that we can get the graphs of your contribution, your speech and your statement, so that we can then have a lively discussion afterwards. So with this, I will give the floor to Mr. Brian Shigawa. Mr. Brian, you have the floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. I'll try and fit in all that I have to say within the next 5 minutes. Please bear with me because then I have to do a bit of speed. Just to say that I'm representing ECOSOC. I've been introduced, and ECOSOC, being the civil society advisory arm of the AU, strongly believes in a whole society approach in implementing the GCM, and therefore appreciates the opportunity to be part of this process. Secondly, although the main aim of the GCM is to strengthen and entrench human rights law in migration management and governance, this has given us an opportunity to enhance the implementation of the potential of harnessing migration for sustainable development. And in particular, and at points to this effect, is the UN SDGs. One of the main challenges that has affected the implementation of the GCM is the ongoing COVID pandemic, which has slowed down the implementation of the GCM. In addition to this, as some speakers have said before me, the other aspect which is negative is that sources that would have been used for implementation of the GCM have had to be diverted to other areas of urgency, such as procurement of vaccines, provision of social grants, and also helping small and medium enterprises to, to recover. But we also see that amidst all this, we also had some opportunities which have been positive. For example, in most of the countries, I think in terms of vaccine distribution, most countries have not discriminated, which is a positive aspect and which we need to take forward. And as a result of the challenges, some of which I've outlined, I still think we still have some gaps to existing approaches. And some of my colleagues before me have spoken about these gaps. For example, the challenge of lack of migration data at all levels still poses a challenge. And secondly, low awareness of the GSCM among stakeholders, which can be translated into efforts of garnering political will. So these are areas that we need to look at carefully. And on the economic front, it is a fact that economic challenges have hit hard migrants who cannot work or travel. And where social grants have been granted, migrants have often been excluded. So going forward, we need to emphasize on addressing this aspect and see how do we make sure that the spirit of the GCM, although not binding on member states, is taken on board when addressing the challenges that we are facing currently with the ongoing pandemic. Using the whole society approach provides an opportunity for civil society in partnership with local authorities at the national level in a wider policy making and potential matters in strengthening international cooperation for safe, orderly and regular migration. So we are advocating for the total involvement of civil society organizations, including the private sector, in terms of implementing the GCM. And at the regional levels, we know that there's already work that is being done by regional economic communities under the umbrella of the African Union. And it is important that as much as we have challenges with regards to slow implementation, we can use the structures that are already in place, as well as the programs that are already in place being implemented by the African Union and the Regional Economic Organization, with the support, in this case, with the support of IOM, ILO, or UNHCR, just to mention a few. And at the national level, we also need to look at the structures that have been developed. I know in the Southern African region here, we have embarked on establishing national monitoring committees to make sure that at the national level, there's a multi-sector, committee in each country that is going to be monitoring the implementation of international and regional instruments on migration. So we need to make sure that we follow this through. And as usual, as I've mentioned about the issue of resources, I think we need to make sure that we mobilize resources for the implementation of the GCM. This is another gap that is there. And with the advent of the pandemic and resources being diverted, this is very important. But we don't only have to get new resources, but we also have to look at the region and make sure that we harness the resources that are already there by tapping into existing programs that we can use to enhance the implementation of the GCM. ECOSOC is fully committed to this process, and we thank you for the opportunity given us to be part of it, and we'll be submitting written comments, reviews as it has been requested. I thank you, Madam Facilitator.
Thank you very much.
Participants for listening.
Thank you very much, Brian. You almost have, added only 1 minute, so it's a good timing for the men in this discussion. So thank you so much for giving the perspective from the civil society and also highlighting some gap, but giving some solutions. And thanks also for reminding everybody that the organizers are still waiting for written statements, recommendations. So thank Brian for highlighting that. And I would like to extend this invitation to all the stakeholders present here, including the participants, to make sure that we have enough written statements alongside the 4 that we have received already. With this, I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. Dr. Juma, you have the floor. Dr. Juma?
Hello,
Yes.
hello.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I convey greetings from United Cities and Local Governments of Africa. We thank the organizers of this very important meeting, and we also thank other people who have joined this meeting when we are deliberating and discussing very pertinent issues concerning migration. UCLG Africa is a continental body that brings together all local governments in Africa, and we are part of a global network of local governments under UCLG, which is based in Spain. We've been doing a lot of work concerning migration, and we thought that there's need to have more coordination with other stakeholders in order to get very good fruits out of what we are doing. Of course, there is a lot that is already ongoing, and I will be taking you through a few areas where we have intervened as UCLG Africa, but most important, I'll be pointing out the gaps that we feel need to be addressed. We're supposed to look at 2 questions, Madam Speaker. You said that would be talking about the role of border officials, the training and so on. But given our mandate, I'll address this particular presentation mainly on the gaps, because not being a governmental body, it may not be very competent of us to speak on that side. So
this is just fine, Doctor. This is just fine.
Right. So UCLG Africa, we've had so many interventions in the field of migration, and this includes the adoption and promotion of the Charter of Local and Subnational Governments of Africa on Migration. We adopted this charter, and this charter is, of course, in line with the GCM, but we feel that we need to coordinate better in order to for this charter to be implemented in a language that speaks to other such initiatives. And we are also actively participating in the advocacy for the ratification of the African Union Protocol on the free movement of persons. We are participating in the processes towards implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. And we have also been key through our members in different countries, raising advocacy concerns against mistreatment of migrants and refugees. We are also having collaboration in training sessions on migration through the African Local Government Academy, which is an arm of United Cities and Local Governments of Africa. And of course, we are also engaged in international, regional, and national dialogues and partnerships on migration, refugee, and internally displaced persons. So which are the main gaps that we are looking at as UCLG Africa? First of all, we are looking at the institutional framework. We feel that the institutional framework that is in place is sufficient. We feel that the institutional framework that is in place is quite sufficient, but it needs to be deepened or strengthened. And we feel that this deepening and strengthening entails proper and effective involvement of local authorities and leaders and other stakeholders at in the national coordination mechanisms. Of course, we know that there is representation of local authorities in these mechanisms, but it varies from one country to another. And at times we find that the representation is not so effective in that it is more of consultation than being involved in the planning and monitoring and other aspects that are quite important in the management of migration and refugees. We also feel that there is a gap. We need to also replicate at the inter and intra-local level coordination mechanisms. We feel that for the local governments, they should also have bodies, coordination mechanisms at their own level, but they should also coordinate amongst themselves in order to come up with processes that can feed into the national process. Already there are such processes that are being pioneered, and in this field, UCLG Africa and Cities Alliance are doing, putting together their efforts to see to it that in the East African region, there is such a mechanism. So we feel that this is a gap that needs to be filled, and we need to have some levels of facilitation and link between the intra and interlocal coordination mechanisms and the national coordination mechanisms. There is also another gap on information and data management. We feel that we need to coordinate further. There is a lot of data that has been collected about immigration. So we need to coordinate in this gathering, the sharing and utilization of data. If this data is collected, to whom is it accessed? Can someone at the local level access it very fast? Can this person understand it very fast? Can he be helped to understand it so that we can utilize this data even at local level, not just utilizing it at the national level? So we feel that there is this gap. There is a lot being done, but there is need to coordinate further. The other gap is on social cohesion and economic inclusivity. Of course, we had a side event yesterday where several mayors were speaking, and they came out openly to say that there is now increased social cohesion in their respective regions. People are welcoming the migrants. They see them as people who come with a lot of economic potential. They are, of course, also living in a state of cultural diversity. So there is that kind of coexistence. But of course, this cannot be, this is not what we are seeing all over. So we feel we need to have, for this gap to be narrowed. It is not easy, but it is something that can be worked out, especially when we've got a lot of involvement of the local leadership and the local authorities. Lastly is on the training. Hello?
I just wanted to tell you that you have like 1 minute to conclude.
Right, yes, I'm on the second last one. Lastly, for the gaps is the training and sensitization and awareness. We also feel we need to do more training for the local authorities. We need also to do training for the citizens and also for the leaders so that they can understand migration and migration trajectories and processes more. Lastly, as I said, I'll just address myself to the gaps and the other aspect, the gaps at the regional level. I've shared my presentation with the organizers so it can be picked from there. Lastly is about intermediary cities. We are emphasizing the role of intermediary cities or secondary cities as United Cities and local governments of Africa. We feel that when we talk about refugees and when we talk about migration, these cities normally have a very big shock, just a small movement, and they get an economic shock or at times a social shock. So we feel that the intermediary cities should be involved more. We should not only be talking about the capital cities or the large cities, because you know these intermediary cities are culturally very sensitive and have got so small economies. So if you got people either moving out of that city or coming into that city, it means that there could be a distortion in the way normal operations go in that particular secondary cities. Particularly as UCLG Africa, we've got the upcoming Afri-Cities Conference that will be held in Kisumu in 2021. Allow me use this chance, Madam Moderator, to invite all participants to this very great event. And in this Afri-Cities Summit, we have dedicated 2 days. One day will be on migration, and another day will be on the diaspora. And the issues that will be discussed will be concerning the role of intermediary cities. So I thank you very much. I didn't have much time, but as communicated, I've shared my presentation with the organizers. Thank you very much for inviting UCLG Africa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Juma. Thank you also for promising to share your notes so that it can enrich the discussion and the reporting at the end of the process. Thank you very much. I would like now to give the floor to the representative from the private sector, Mr. Stephen Obiro. Stephen, you have the floor.
Thank you.
I just wanted also, Stephen, hi, good to see you. Just to help us stick to the time, really. And then also so that we can finish, because the interpreters have also to have to finish early. Thank you very much. Stephen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And for me, I have, and I was given 2 questions, but then I'll deal more with one that it looks at the role of the private sector beyond. One second.
I think the role of the private sector in promoting employment, self-employment, entrepreneurship beyond influencing the policy making.
Yes, that's what I'll deal with more. And I'll start by saying that one, I want to thank the organizers for inviting the International Organization of Employers, Business Africa, Confederation of Employers, and also the private sector in this forum. We are really excited to be part of this conversation. I also sit at as the second vice president for the African Union Labour Migration Advisory Committee, and we are really grateful for this. First, when I look at the private sector, what is the key? One of the important hurdles they get, one is on the work permits, and it is their role to get the work permits for the staff they are recruiting, migrant staff that they are recruiting. And so this is a very important role that they do play. And some of the gaps we see here are the bureaucratic processes, long bureaucratic processes, and challenges we get. And we implore upon government to continue streamlining and having a lot of digitalization in the process so that this is seamless. Because if you have the recruiting a migrant worker and the process takes 3 perhaps months or 6 months, there's a lot that losses that go on, and it becomes a discouraging factor even for recruitment of migrant workers. The other role we are looking at looking at the Global Compact for Migration. We're looking at the recognition of skills and also reskilling and upskilling of the migrant workers, just the same way we do for the local or domestic workers. And the private sector plays a very important role to develop the capacity, especially of the low-skill migrant workers. If you look at the African region, most of the migrant workers that are not documented, that have challenges, are in the informal sector and in self-employment. So skilling of them becomes very important, and even recognizing the skills that they have that they might have gotten using the perhaps other avenues like apprenticeships and all that. And then the other key important thing, and this will even speak to the self-employment and entrepreneurship, is the inclusion in the supply chains. The private sector, especially the formal and developed one, can be a very important factor in trying to become the market for the persons, migrant workers who are producing certain commodities or certain products and services, and they supply to them. And so inclusion of them in the supply chains and even in that passing different skills is very important for them. And as we look at this as employers, I want to reiterate the point that Dr. Honorable Tapiwa talked about involving the private sector, involving the employers' organization in a discussion about labor migration. We realize that in most cases, the employers' organization are more working closely with the labor ministries or the ministries in charge of labor and social policy, but then the migration policies, especially in Africa, is more in the interior ministry, either Home Affairs, Interior, or Security Ministry, because there is a lot of security angle. If we can change the mindset and look at labor migration in a different way, and then get more involvement of the private sector and let them, let the employers' organization understand more about the global compact for migration and for safe and orderly and regular migration, and play a very important role in the discussion. The other thing that I'll look at is to ensure that the private sector, apart from it playing a prominent role, that we have proper coordination of issues of migration, so that then we can get more and more better outcome in the work that we are doing. Thank you, Madam Chair. I see my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for sticking to the time and for also presenting the perspective from the private sector, as it has been also called upon. You will be sharing more documents, I think, from the private sector as a written document, if I understand well. And
yes, Madam Chair, I'll share even the link.
Yes,
I'll
I've
share
seen
the
the
link to more details. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you for taking your time. I would like now to move to our last speaker of this round. I just wanted to highlight to our participants to stay with us because we have, after this presentation, of a third round before we break and come back for questions. So I would like to give now the floor to Mr. Joel from ITUC. Joel, you have the floor, and I really would like to ask you to stick to the 5 minutes. Back to you, Joel.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Okay, I will try to really do that. First, to applaud the effort of previous speakers who have touched on a number of the issues we want to raise here. The question of a weak whole of government approach, interagency coordination that is weak, the issue around low ratification of standards, in other words, necessary instrument to protect migrants and migrant workers, and particularly starting from home, which is the continent, the African Union Protocol to the treaty establishing the African community, economic community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. We think this kind of the ratification and the application and enforcement will go a long way. I think a lot, we've had the point about the capacity of social partners and of course other stakeholders, the capacity to effectively engage on the issues we are discussing that still weak. First, there's a bit of the asymmetry. We are not at the same level. Maybe perhaps it helps if the AU can do a bit of a review of its capacity audit to see where stakeholders are, so that we know where to bridge the necessary gaps.
The doctor have talked about the effect of COVID-19. So when there is a force majeure of this nature, what do you find? We have seen the situation where our capacity to cope, the policy spaces to be able to address this issue, they are very limited and they are weak. And I think we can do more in that regard. For African workers, we see the challenge of an effective labor migration governance space that is lacking. Something that is akin to similar to the Colombo process that the ASEANs have developed, and it's helping them very well to engage on labor migration, especially with their migrants that are going to GCC Middle East countries. We think something like that in Africa can really help us. And if we look at the different recs, the way they've been engaging, it seems to us that IGAD seems to be leading much more in that direction. And we will not mind if IGAD can take the process a bit further so that we can agree, we can achieve this. Migration is about employment for us. Essentially, we say most of migration is driven by jobs, and because for us, job is at the heart of human dignity. Nobody wants handouts. Even when they are refugees, when they are displaced persons, they seek opportunity to work. So we think there's still a gap in the application of the African Union's Ouagadougou Plus 10 Declaration and Plan of Action. And if we get our government to still work more to really, embed this at the national level, it will go a long way. Yes, comrades, we want to appreciate the efforts of the African Union, IOM, ILO, the ECA, under the Joint Labor Migration Program for taking the GCM process forward. They've done remarkably well, and we are happy, we are excited, we want to say thank you. And notably, that has led to the development of the bilateral labor migration guide, because on labor migration issue, the crisis has been that our bilateral labor migration agreement that we have been signing with other countries, notably those from outside the continent, have been rather bereft of a protection mechanism for migrant workers. Now there is a guide, and we are happy that that guide is robust. Equally, the AUC is driving the process of adopting a declaration in the protecting of the rights of migrants. Again, a very laudable instrument that we think will help give better effect to the GCM process. Comrades have talked about weaknesses around resource mobilization to drive these. And we look at resource mobilization not just for GCM, but resource mobilization for Africa's development, for its transformation. Because if we are able to effectively do more in terms of defeating push factors, then migration really becomes a choice, which is the overall goal. It shouldn't be forced. And so halting illicit financial flows would be a way. We use this opportunity to call on our member states, our governments, to please move forward with means to adopt and implement the recommendations of the Becky Panel report on illicit financial flows on the continent. We can do so much more with, as we speak now, the monies that are leaving Africa is over $86 billion per year. We can do so much with such money. I want to add the voice about our need to continue to deepen tripartism. Again, colleagues have talked about it here. State actors, social partners are very critical to this process. And the idea of using social dialogue to drive this application of this instrument is very, very useful. Yes, it's not a legal instrument, but when you have social partners that can push state actors to do the needful, you are more likely to get this. Ultimately, even when it's not ratified, there is an accountability responsibility on all, especially state actors. Comrades, on the question of skills, recognition, and protecting the rights of migrants, again, we are happy that the AU has also stepped up data collection, and they are looking at skills audit. We want to see more of this, and the report continue to go out. Let's know where the skills are, what are the gaps, what are the needs, especially at the national level. And then the national curriculum, if we want to have a skills recognition, there must be harmonization of our curriculum in a way to move this forward. Quickly, and I will stop to say that we are looking at improving on bilateral skills development. In other words, how do we work together as Africans to develop our skills? We should be able, rather than bilateral labor agreements, but how do we work together as Africans to develop skills? And how do Africans work together with non-Africans to develop skills? A ready example is what you find from the Germany and the Filipino example of bilateral skills development. That can work for Africa. And we are proposing an Erasmus Plus initiative. Sister,
Joel, can I ask you to conclude in less than 1 minute, please?
Okay, Sister Esther talked about that earlier. As trade unions, there are a lot we have tried to offer. And since I have a written text, I do not want to bother on that. Short to say that we have two continental network. There is one that is Africa-based, that is dealing with Africans exclusively. And there is another network that deals with Africans and trade unions from the Mediterranean, from Europe, where we engage to deepen migration issue. And then 3 years ago, we had an MOU we developed with 6 international trade union organizations from different continents, where we are looking at how we can advance the work of workers in the Middle East. Colleagues, we see that Qatar has done very well in terms of improving the kafala system to make it more humane and to eliminate the slavery components of it. That aspect of work is something that trade unions have done very well using the FIFA World Cup campaign to drive that. We are interested in seeing how much more of that kind of initiative can also work for even countries like Saudi Arabia and others. I hope that there will be opportunity for questions and otherwise where we can continue to speak in details to this issue. But last, I will say, one of the things we think, which is my last point, Comrade Moderator, is that as it is now, the ITUC and the IOE, International Organization for Employers, they both have different tools on tracking recruitment. We are saying as trade unions, can we have harmonization of these tools rather than having them separate so that we have a better way of coordinating and monitoring this? I thank you for your attention and for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Comrade Joel, for this presentation and some very advanced proposal. I would like to invite you to stay with us also for the questions, because that's where we're gonna be deepening some of these issues. With this, I would like now to move to the last round. Please bear with us, because after this round, we will break for 1 hour and come back with the question and answers. Because we have to catch up with time. The last round is, in the last round, we'll have 4 presenters, speakers. The first one will be Ruth Thikindi from the Ugandan Human Rights Commission. We'll be talking about the policies in your state system that address systemic and endemic discrimination against migrant in general. Then we will have also Mrs. Joel Ritz, Migration Advisor for Africa International Committee of the Red Cross. That also will be looking into issues related to policies to prevent transnational smuggling and combat trafficking. Then we will have Mrs. Otilia Anna Munganidze, Head of Special Projects in the Office of the Executive Director for the Institute for Security Studies. We'll be looking at about alternative policies for migrant detention. And lastly, we'll have representative from the Major, Mrs. Alia Abbas, journalist from Mauritania, who will be looking at the role of the Major and the trends of migration in the Major. and how the GCM is helping providing a positive image of migration. So I would like to call on the colleagues, the participants to stay with us, because after this 20 minutes of presentation, we'll have the break for 1 hour. With this, I would like to invite Mrs. Ruth to take the floor for 5 minutes. I'm so sorry, I'll be sticking to the time this time, so bear with us as you have 5 minutes to do the presentation. Mrs. Ruth, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thanks. Have the floor.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I hope this finds you well. I'll stick to the minutes. And Human Rights Commission is a national human rights institution. Like all NHRIs, it is a legally or constitutionally established institution that advances the protection and promotion of human rights in Uganda. So basically, it is a watchdog of the states. And like all NHRIs, it has the oversight role. We receive complaints, we investigate complaints, we educate and sensitize, and we review bills and laws and policies in the country. Now, before I even get to the policies, it's important to note that we can't stop migration because people have always been migrants, or human beings are mobile. However, the most important thing to remember is that migrants or issues of migrants are human rights issues, and that we are all potential migrants. So when we talk about migration, we are basically talking human rights. We can't talk about safe, orderly, and regular migration unless we put human rights at the center of government planning, and where we incorporate the human rights-based approach into all government mechanisms. Now, states like Uganda have ratified many, like the Convention on the Rights of Refugees, and we note that the Convention relating to the status of stateless persons, many states have ratified the Convention on Reduction of Statelessness, the ILO Migrant Workers Convention, the Convention of the Rights of the Child, and the International Covenant on the Protection of Rights of all migrant workers and their families. And like states to domesticate that, we note that many have laws, just like Uganda, like the Employment Act plus regulations, the Citizen Migration Control Act, and Refugees Act, like many countries. However, we note that these laws are only applicable in our countries, and that many countries, for example, in the continent, have different legislation when it comes to migration. And because of the disjointedness, it's very hard to implement issues of migration and effectively protect migrants. So we should acknowledge the fact that migrants contribute to economic growth. Yet when we look at many of the laws and policies that we have, migrants are excluded out of planning. They are not considered as people who make any contribution to the economy, despite the fact that many of our countries receive income or from migrant workers, particularly the Middle East for my case. So it's important that states purposefully invest in migrants and also support them to contributing to economic growth through different policies that many countries do not have. And we have noted that in many cases, migration is criminalized. There's insufficient data on migration, and also migrants are undercover. And because each state deals with issues of migration and differently, and they have different legislation, it is impossible to implement these laws or even partner because of these incoherent migration policies. We also note that even though we have policies and laws on migration, they are scattered and different institutions implement different laws. So stakeholder engagement is limited. Police is doing its work. Ministry of Gender is doing its work. Foreign Affairs is doing its work, and yet they all relate to migrants. So there is need to build synergies among ministries. We also note that the legal framework that we have among states is very limiting, and many times it doesn't take into consideration rights of migrants. For example, in many of our countries, children born of migrants cannot be registered and this creates issues of statelessness. Now, we have been working on addressing statelessness in our countries. So if we continue the non-registration of unborn born children, born of migrants, we are creating a generation of stateless persons. We also note that there's a lot of xenophobia, and yet police stations or police officers are not keen on handling some issues. And also because of issues of migration and being criminalized, there's unlawful arrest, and women face secondary victimization. There's lack of documentation, there's language barrier, we note culture shock, it's a recipe for corruption and exploitation. So even though we have laws and policies in place, and even though we have the principle of sovereignty, I think our states have to come together to see how we deal with issues of migration in our country. And finally, I want to state that while we want about migration, and while we discuss migration, it is also important to discuss the way we can reduce migration. And even though we are talking about a safe and conducive environment for migrants, I think it's also a time for us to talk about how states can create a safe haven, whether politically for all, and how states can ensure that there's economic growth and employment for the youth, and how we should ensure that in our states we have the basic health care, basic education, and all those things that make people migrate. Why don't we work on improving our states? And then we can talk about migration. It is good to migrate, but many people migration want, but because of the circumstances. I think as state parties, they have to up our act to be able to protect the people who live in our countries. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ruth, for the presentation and also for launching this important message for Africans to work on their own policies to make their life better at home, so that migration becomes a choice and not just the only alternative. Again, thank you very much. I would like now to give the floor to Mrs. Joelle Riggs to have 5 minutes to do your statements. Mrs. Joelle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. Diop, and thank you for the invitation to speak on behalf of the International Committee of the Red Cross. If I may just start with a small clarification for the record, the ICRC's contribution and statement today will be specifically discussing the issue of missing migrants, not human trafficking. The important issue of missing migrants, of which we look at from the angle specifically being a humanitarian issue and a human rights issue. When we will address or make a statement on that, considering missing migrants, be they dead or alive, and whether they may go missing at sea or at land. So thanks again for this invitation. During our initial consultation on July 5th, I believe most of us were present there, we explored the circumstances in which migrants go missing and the agonizing consequences that this leaves on their communities and on their relatives and families. But we also discussed the importance of the commitment that was made by states at the GCM to recognize the plight of missing migrants and their families, and the importance specifically of Objective 8 in establishing multilateral cooperation on missing migrants. I believe earlier in today's conference, it was already highlighted by Jonathan Prentice that Objective 8 receives little attention. So if you would allow me that I would dwell further on that, specifically on Objective 8 and the implementation and the way forward as African states now review the progress that was made since the GCM. So through Objective 8 of the GCM, the signatory states make concrete commitments toward migrants and their families. They identified actions to save lives, to identify migrants who have died or have gone missing, and to facilitate communication with their families, including by establishing coordinated international efforts on missing migrants. Objective 8 also sets actions to prevent migrants from going missing and to resolve cases whenever they do. This includes the review of migration policies and laws to ensure that they do not raise or create the risks for migrants going missing, as well as coordinated efforts to clarify the fate and the whereabouts of migrants that do go missing. Today, we continue to witness what we can call a humanitarian tragedy of migrants dying, remaining unfound, unidentified, buried in anonymous graves, or going missing in different circumstances all along migration routes, and again, at sea and at land, inland. I will not quote data on missing migrants in Africa, largely because we believe that the existing data available to all of us today is not really reflecting enough the numbers of migrants that may be that may go missing in different circumstances, as we just mentioned. Since the adoption of the compact, there has unfortunately been no specific mechanisms established to the implementation of Objective 8. And I think, again, this was lightly mentioned earlier today. In a complex political environment around migration, there's been also little progress reported towards addressing the plight of missing migrants in Africa. However, the GCM review process is an opportunity to recognize that the systemic challenges and to mobilize states and relevant stakeholders with regard to both preventing migrants from going missing and clarifying the fate and whereabouts of those that go missing. On the bright side, however, since the adoption of the GCM, we've seen a few good examples of such efforts at national, bilateral, and regional levels. I'll just mention a few. The effort, for example, that we have experienced with the Tunisian authorities in Tunisia, in cooperation with the ICRC, that increased coordination and collaboration between different ministries and agencies and diplomatic authorities, as well as countries of origin of migrants, to increase the identification of victims of shipwrecks, especially in 2021. We have reported on this in our written contribution that was made to the GCM review for Africa. I'll mention also another effort that from the ministries and authorities in Zimbabwe and South Africa, also with the support of the ICRC, to enhance existing systems, tools, and resources to better locate missing migrants, whether they are dead or alive, deceased or alive. We do also believe that the inauguration of the Migration Observatory in Morocco promises better visibility on migration-related challenges, including specifically the issue of missing migrants, and we hope that this will bring in more data and more information on this issue. And last but not least, the development that is actually very recent by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights that recently adopted a resolution on missing migrants in Africa. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the Commission and the African states on this groundbreaking achievement. So going forward, being conscious of time as well, I will summarize a few of the recommendations that were put forward by the ICRC during the in the written submission for the GCM review. So to states, to take measures to prevent migrants from going missing, including by preventing family separation, enabling communication between migrants and their families without delay, and reuniting families wherever possible. In partnership with relevant stakeholders, take measures to strengthen medical legal capacities, forensic capacities included, standardize the collection of and exchange of information, establish effective coordination channels for the search and identification of missing and dead migrants, and facilitate communication with affected families in accordance with internationally accepted data protection rules and standards. Also to states, with the support from relevant stakeholders, to address specific needs of families of missing migrants and ensure that they can exercise their legal and other rights and access existing services and benefits. To regional and sub-regional institutions, promote regional cooperation aiming to rescue and save lives along migratory routes, and establish regional processes aiming at effective and sustainable response and the clarification of the fate and whereabouts of missing migrants. To international organizations, and that will be the last point, to reinforce capacities, reinforce the importance and respect to data protection, and act as conveners and support states in establishing mechanism for preventing and responding to situations where migrants risk going missing. Effective mechanisms are possible, but there's need for political will. I think that is the main takeaway, and learning also from the little progress that has been made, that there's need for political will through national mechanisms, bilateral cooperation, and building up towards achieving regional cooperation on the clarification of the fate and whereabouts of missing migrants. This can be addressed, and the suffering of migrants and families can be alleviated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mrs. Joel, for ringing the bell on this very important topic and seeing also that there are recommendations that your organization has submitted to the organizers. Thank you very much. I'd like to move to Mrs. Otilia for her presentation. Mrs. Otilia, you have the floor. You announced that you will not be using your video. So please go ahead, Mrs. Otilia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's an extreme honor to be part of this multi-stakeholder consultation and to build on the inputs that have already been provided. I will focus on the question around alternatives to detention as a means to deal with irregular migration. And underpinning my intervention are a number of principles. First, that within the system, we need to ensure protection. We also need to ensure the recognition and observance of human rights. And we must understand the structural, systemic, and practical challenges of detention. And we also need to underscore that criminalization, both of migrants and of migration, is not an effective tool. And indeed, that detention itself is inherently ineffective, expensive, and not a deterrent to migration. Having stated the issues underpinning why it is for us as the Institute for Security Studies, alternatives to detention are important and ought to be prioritized, I'll then focus on what those would be and what needs to underpin them. The various forms through which we can be able to have alternatives to detention include having screening and assessment that is done either prior to arrival or on arrival of migrants, ensuring that migrants have access to information, are provided with legal assistance, and that we build systems of trust, not only in respect of migration, but also in the asylum seeking and refugee processes. But also ensuring that countries, both at a national level, but through data sharing at regional and continental level, provide for easier platforms for case management. And in all of this, our belief is that we are able to safeguard dignity as well as fundamental rights. So, what are the alternatives to immigration detention? First, we consider the registration with authorities, both on entry or, if that is not the case, after entry at the time at which people require services. It also means allowing people the options towards temporary residence permits, even where they may have entered irregularly. Citing the example of South Africa, where special dispensations were put in place for migrants from Zimbabwe, as well as the Kingdom of Lesotho, this has provided an option to ensure that there are not as many irregular migrants within South Africa. Other countries, on a case-by-case basis, may implement similar measures. At the same time, there needs to be efforts to ensure case management, or at the very least, support for case workers. Of course, and this has been a point that was raised by the previous speaker, Ms. Ruth Sekendi from Uganda, that there are challenges that are faced where various departments are working on the same issues, but not necessarily working together. Our recommendation then is to ensure that before going towards a detention first approach, that in fact, there be better coordination between the various departments. Be they the Departments for Home Affairs, Interior Services, Policing, Customs, Education, Social Development, the range of various entities that deal with issues of migrants and their protection. Then, in terms of other alternatives that are cheaper than detention, there is the alternative of family-based accommodation, ensuring that where migrants that have traveled in their numbers together as a family are in fact kept together as a family. Separation on its own has a great cost, not only societally and financially, but also from a community point of view. This would involve residential accommodation where it is available, or allowing migrants to be able to choose where, but ensuring that they have their details registered with the authorities. In order to do this, the system must allow regular reporting and the provision, where possible, of designated residence. States may not necessarily always have the funds required to do this. And it is in this void that civil society organization, community supporters, but also various other development partners can be able to fill the gap. There has to be a recognition, at least at national, but also at regional level, that ultimately addressing the questions around alternatives for immigration detention does not rest on the state alone. But for the state, and I'll end with this, Madame Diop, we need to look at questions around how the state can better supervise, ensure returns of migrants where that is possible, but also provide for counseling services as well as, where necessary, electronic monitoring. I will end with that, and on behalf of the Institute for Security Studies, again, extremely grateful to the organizers for bringing together multiple stakeholders across sectors to be able to share our reflections, but also to contribute to a better implementation of the Global Compact on Migration. Merci, Madame Diop.
Well, merci beaucoup, Madame Ottilia. Thank you so much. I just want to have a final request to you to share your notes with us, because it seems to me that these are very concrete recommendations for a very concrete issue that you tackle very well. So thank you so much, and really make sure to share the recommendations with the organizers so that we can take it on board in the report. With this, I would like to call on the last presenter for this last round, Mrs. Alia Abbas, journalist from Mauritania, about the role of the media and how the media can be used to kind of have a more positive image of migration using the GCM as well. The media plays a very important role. We talk about it several times from the very beginning. So, Madame Alia Abbas, je vous donne la parole. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Je vais parler en français parce que
ça va très bien. Ça va très bien.
Ça marche. Donc, moi, je m'appelle Alia Abbas. Je suis journaliste depuis 2015. J'ai commencé dans une chaîne privée, Sahel TV, ensuite la télé mauritanienne. Et là, actuellement, je travaille avec un média en ligne, La Vision, et j'ai produit un podcast sur la migration intitulé La Voix des migrants, que vous pouvez rechercher, vous pouvez le trouver sur Google Podcast. Alors, on m'a demandé tout simplement de parler de la migration, du traitement de l'information par rapport à la migration. Et j'ai eu un temps très limité pour faire des recherches et faire un travail d'éveil, ce qui a été fait dans les médias de la sous-région tout d'abord, et puis dans les médias internationaux. Moi, ce qui a attiré mon attention, c'est que, vous le savez déjà, je vous apporte pas une nouvelle information, on parle de la migration d'une façon très négative, très mal représentée. On a vu il y a de cela quelques semaines l'image d'un bébé secouru dans la Méditerranée par un secouriste espagnol, ou encore l'image de la jeune fille qui travaille avec la Croix-Rouge qui avait dans ses bras un migrant sénégalais. Donc, ce sont des images qu'on voit tout le temps. À chaque fois, c'est des images qui choquent, qu'on va utiliser dans les médias internationaux, occidentaux, et ensuite les médias africains vont répandre ces images-là. Il y a tout le temps cette façon de traiter la migration d'une façon générale. Donc, moi, je me pose plusieurs questions. Est-ce que la migration ne nous intéresse pas tout simplement, nous, en tant que journalistes, ou est-ce qu'on en parle tout simplement que lorsqu'il y a une catastrophe ou qu'il y a un mouvement où il y a des victimes, des personnes qui sont mortes, et à ce moment-là, on commence à parler de la migration. C'est notre rôle en tant que journaliste d'informer et peut-être de cette façon-là, remédier à beaucoup de pertes de vie dans ce mouvement de la migration irrégulière. Je parle de la migration irrégulière, bien sûr. Alors après, quand on voit la façon dont les journalistes traitent l'information, il y a la mauvaise utilisation généralisée des termes affiliés aux migrations dans les médias. De manière générale, les traitements médiatiques des migrations met en avant une utilisation approximative des termes importants tels que migrants, réfugiés ou encore demandeurs d'asile. Quand on voit la façon dont les journalistes traitent l'information, on voit qu'ils ne distinguent pas ou bien ils ne savent pas comment utiliser ces trois termes. Et tout simplement parce qu'il n'y a pas une recherche qui a été faite à l'amont avant de faire l'information, puisqu'on est déjà dans une précipitation quand on traite l'information. On l'a fait, chaque jour on fait une nouvelle information. Et donc du coup, ça ne te permet pas d'avoir beaucoup de temps. Moi-même, avant de participer à des formations avec l'OIM et d'être très bien informée et sensibilisée sur la question, je ne voyais pas la différence. C'était impossible pour moi de comprendre c'est quoi migrants, réfugiés ou demandeurs d'asile. Je mets tout dans une même case. Alors, c'est très important que les journalistes soient formés sur la question déjà, qu'ils savent de quoi ils parlent. Une bonne définition et un bon usage de ce terme est fondamental car cela peut générer des amalgames, des stéréotypes, des préjugés ou des attitudes discriminatoires puisque ce sont les médias qui influencent considérablement des représentations des migrants et essentiellement de connaître le sens de ces mots. Donc, en tout cas, c'est quelque chose qui mérite qu'il y ait un travail qui va se faire. Je ne sais pas comment vous allez le faire, vous, en tant qu'organisation ou l'OIM, mais il y a vraiment un travail qu'il faut faire avec les médias, aussi bien au niveau international qu'au niveau national, Mauritanie ou sous-régional, parce qu'il y a vraiment un besoin. La mobilisation des termes dans les médias pose donc la question de la formation des journalistes au phénomène migratoire. À ce propos, des organisations internationales telles que l'Alliance des civilisations des Nations Unies, le réseau mondial des rédacteurs en chef ou encore le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies pour les réfugiés ou l'OIM peuvent développer ensemble un outil de lutte contre la désinformation et peut-être aussi mettre en place des médias spécialisés, pourquoi pas un média dans la sous-région qui traite les questions de la migration en Afrique. Parce que quand on parle de la migration en général, on parle toujours du mouvement sud-nord, alors qu'il y a un mouvement aussi nord-sud, un mouvement aussi sud-sud. Enfin, je ne vous apporte pas de nouvelles informations, mais ça, ce sont des choses qu'on ne voit pas à la télé, on ne voit pas, on écoute, qu'on n'entend pas à la radio ou qu'on ne lit pas sur Internet très souvent. Donc, il faut vraiment côtoyer des gens qui travaillent sur la migration ou bien des organisations qui travaillent sur la migration, des associations, pour être informés. Et les journalistes de la sous-région, ou bien en tout cas en Mauritanie, de ce que je sais, il y a un manque de ressources. C'est pas possible de travailler en profondeur sur certains sujets parce que tout simplement, les médias, déjà, ils ont beaucoup de problèmes. Donc, il ne faut pas mettre un budget pour que les journalistes fassent des recherches, aillent plus loin. Par exemple, il y a des journalistes qui ne savent pas ce qui se passe au camp de Mbera ou la situation des réfugiés en Mauritanie. Bon, ils s'intéressent peut-être qu'ils s'intéressent à la question, mais qui n'ont tout simplement pas les ressources ou bien ils n'ont pas tout simplement l'information pour faire ce travail-là. Alors, franchement, le sujet, il est large. Je ne vais pas m'étaler. Je n'ai pas envie d'être très, très, très longue. Mais pour remédier à cela, je pense que c'est très important que les journalistes soient formés sur le traitement de l'information par rapport à la migration et qu'il y ait de plus en plus de journalistes qui sont spécialisés sur la question de la migration. Et voilà. Donc, voilà. Ça, c'est en gros ce que j'ai perdu le flux de ma pensée. Mais en gros, c'est ça. Je n'ai pas envie d'être très longue. Merci à vous. Si vous avez des questions, Jackson.
Oui, absolument. Merci beaucoup, Madame Alia Abbas, pour avoir eu une analyse très sincère des problèmes qui sont liés à la couverture médiatique de la migration en Afrique, non seulement, mais aussi dans le monde. Et donc aussi, je vous invite à rester avec nous dans la discussion parce que les quelques pistes d'intervention que vous avez données, je pense qu'il y a des éléments de réponse parce qu'il y a des programmes qui sont disponibles, des formations dont on peut parler plus tard, mais comme vous avez dit, peut-être il y a un manque d'informations par rapport à l'accès à ces ressources. Sur ce, je vous remercie parce que vous êtes la dernière présentatrice. Je vais passer à l'anglais, si vous me le permettez. So thank you so much to all our 12 speakers who have fantastically done their job, presented on the key questions, sometimes in 5 minutes, sometimes in 7 minutes. But we are there and we have conveyed our key messages. At the end of this presentation, we were supposed to have 2 additional organizations. I'm just gonna make the call here that we have not heard from faith-based organizations, and we have not heard from women-led organizations or organizations working on women issues related to migration, migrant women in general. So it's a call for the next session to have those 2 organizations if they want to take the floor, so that we can also have the perspective from the faith-based organization and also the perspective from the women organization or the organization dealing with women and migrant workers. With this, I would like to call on the organizers to inform everybody that we were supposed to have question and answers. We're gonna break for now for 1 hour. And when we come back, we're going to have an open discussion related to the speakers' presentations and for 20 minutes, and then we will move to the next session. So we have twisted a little bit the program. I announce it again. We're going to break for 1 hour. I'm saying 1 hour because my time zone is different from your time zone, so I don't want to give an indication. I just say from now on to 1 hour, we break. And I invite you to keep the link alive so that when you come back, you're not going to have problems of connections. And when you come back, we will be having a 20-minute discussion about the presentations, issues you want to clarify, but also your suggestions and comments, and then we'll take it from there. Is that okay, Mrs. Facilitator? If it is okay with the interpreter, we're going to break now and come back in 1 hour. Thank you so much for coming back after 1 hour. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I think it's time to resume. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So welcome back to the whole team, to the speakers, facilitators. I think we really deserve to have that 1 hour after the very intensive sessions that we have had before. Very interesting sessions, a lot of information that we still need to digest and discuss together. Just wanted to make sure that our 164 participants are still with us, connected, and having access to the interpretation so that we can have that last piece of the previous session on the question and answers to our speakers. I see also that most of our speakers are still with us, so that's very good, so that we can have questions, discussions. Before I leave, before we broke for the for lunch, I say lunch because it's lunch here. We had a call for any participation or any organization that is from dealing with women issues in migration, and any faith-based organizations that would like to take the floor as speaker. So just wanted to make sure that we have not received any feedback in that sense of any speaker that would like to talk on behalf of faith-based organizations or women-based organizations, just to complete the cycle of multi-stakeholders that we plan to have for this session. I'll give ourselves a bit of time to see whether we have any volunteer from those two profile organizations. This said, we are now also looking into the presentation that we received from the 12 speakers, and to open the floor for questions and answers, contributions, comments, as we heard the presentation and the gaps, challenges that have been identified by our various speakers on the implementation of the DCM at local, national, regional, continental level, but also some of the recommendations and issues to be looked at, sectoral specific issues. So I'll leave the floor a little bit to open up. I see that it seems like my video is not working still, so I'll just continue like that. Any questions? Any speaker from the participants who wants to ask questions to any of our speakers or want to contribute? Yes, we have some speakers who want to take the floor. So yes, please go ahead to allow them to speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's a
Hello.
bit scarred. We can hear you. It's Mr. Emmanuel Bensa. Okay. I don't hear you. Yes. Okay. Can you introduce yourself and ask your question or provide your statement?
So good.
I'm afraid I cannot hear you very well. Am I the only one?
Yes.
Or?
Good afternoon. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Diop. My name is Emmanuel Benson. I work with.
Mr. Emmanuel, colleagues are saying that we cannot hear you very well. Is it your internet that is a bit low?
Can you hear me now?
It's carted. Try again and we'll see. Well, try again, please. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Is it better now?
It's a bit better. Continue talking and we'll let you know.
Is it better now? Is it better now?
Not really. Not really.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's better.
Okay. Is it better now? I've repositioned myself.
It's much better.
Okay, so if you can hear me,
yes, we can hear you.
Continental Free Trade Area Policy Network. Sure. I work with Africa Continental Free Trade Area Policy Network. We just started. Great. All right. So great. So I work with. Very good. So I work with the African Continental Free Trade Area Policy Network. We're membership-based. I'm the Deputy Executive Director. We started work with IOM on promoting freedom of movement. Happy to do that. I wanted to underscore the issue of having before the break, spoke to this issue, but having a media network, continental or otherwise, or regionally, depending on migration, there's a challenge because although there are people that are media practitioners communicate.
It's cutting again. It's cutting again.
Cover the issue of migration. I think it's fair to say that in this part of the world, we don't have enough. We need to build a... Okay. Oh dear. Hello.
Continue.
We need to get the media to understand the complexities inherent in migration dynamics. Okay, yeah, sure. We need to get the media to understand the complexities inherent in migration dynamics, including the fact that the more African countries, Africans actually prefer to migrate to Africa and so on, rather than overseas. These are some of the issues that don't always come out. And I think IOM did a great job last year with the Africa Migration Report, which they unpacked some of these issues and also explained why the reason why the Freedom of Movement Protocol was not moving so quickly was security issues. You know, their borders being too open would be a challenge to their security and so on. So I'm speaking to two issues. I'm speaking to a movement protocol, which is something that really needs to happen now that and secondly, the fact that we need a core of be passionate enough to write about migration, to understand that it isn't, it's a complex issue that involves a whole slew of different areas and different layers to it that needs to be unpacked for the public, because for too long, especially with the migrant crisis of 2015, when we saw so many stories of Lampedusa, all these Italy and so on,
Emmanuel, I'm sorry, I'll have to mute you and see another solution.
That many Africans were running.
Because we don't hear. I got the first part of your presentation, but it's not clear and participants are saying that they cannot hear you. So I'll just ask to move to the next participants by the time we find a solution to bring you back. I understand your 2 points about the role of the media and how the media needs to be built. we need to build the capacity of the media on issues related to the complexity of their migration and the migration dynamic and how they need to absorb that to do a better job in terms of raising awareness about the objective of the GCM. And also you talked about the protocol in the continent for labor mobility. I would like to move to the next participants. By the time, Emmanuel, we call you back to complete your presentation, which was already very interesting and looking into previous presentation and the media. Is that fine for you, Emmanuel? If so, we move to Maria, if you have the other participants who wanted to take the floor.
Please, do you hear me?
Yes, Mrs. Touria?
Yes, Touria.
Okay, go ahead.
I will speak in French.
Pas de souci.
Donc voilà, donc tout à l'heure vous aviez parlé de l'approche genre et vous avez parlé des associations féminines qui bien sûr s'intéressent et travaillent sur le dossier de l'immigration et des femmes migrantes. Et donc aussi, même en tant que femme, association, on travaille sur la situation des émigrés en général. Et donc,
Madame Touria, est-ce que vous pouvez vous présenter votre institution?
Oui,
et on vous remercie d'avoir pu aussi parler au nom des femmes.
Alors, je suis Madame Touria Al-Harraj, je suis présidente de l'association Forum des contributions au Maroc. Je coordonne la coalition 190 qui travaille sur la ratification de la convention 190 et la recommandation de 106 qui sont sur la violence dans le monde du travail. Et aussi, je suis syndicaliste, et donc je suis à la CSI arabe et à la CSI Afrique. Et donc, moi, je dis que nous, parmi les choses sur lesquelles nous travaillons, c'est justement cette violence que subissent les immigrés en général concernant l'accès à l'emploi. Parce que parfois, ils sont discriminés, c'est-à-dire ils ont même parfois des diplômes ils ne sont pas payés sur les mêmes diplômes. Il y a une discrimination dans la rémunération et aussi il y a une discrimination dans tous les avantages. Et il y a aussi l'accès au travail concernant les concours. Parfois, ils ont des problèmes et des violences qui sont vraiment des discriminations. Et aussi la violence faite aux femmes, donc qui sont des émigrés. Et parmi les points que nous avions discutés l'autre fois, c'est que nous devons avoir un observatoire qui pourrait suivre les disparitions des émigrés dans le monde entier, parce qu'il y a parfois des émigrés qui arrivent dans des pays et disparaissent dans la nature, il n'y a aucun suivi. Donc, et il n'y a aucun suivi aussi sur leurs conditions de travail, surtout les travailleuses domestiques. Donc, concernant bien sûr le côté économique et social et droits de l'homme, nous luttons pour qu'il y ait bien sûr l'application des droits, des desks droits économiques, sociaux et culturels. Et parmi les choses aussi sur lesquelles nous travaillons, c'est que l'accès à la justice, donc pour avoir un accès à la justice, il faut qu'il y ait des traductions dans la langue natale de ces émigrés. Nous considérons que le travail qui se fait actuellement est un travail d'une grande importance et nous devons travailler dans des convergences, dans des idées et dans les idées et dans l'action. Donc, merci. Et je suis marocaine.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Touria. Merci de donner la perspective. Oui, je vous entends très bien. Donc, je vous remercie, Madame Touria, pour votre intervention, pour ajouter à la discussion sur les aspects liés à la violence faite aux femmes et leur inégalité dans l'accès à certains services, notamment. Et aussi, quand vous avez repris l'aspect lié à la disparition des migrants qui a été repris par notre collègue de speaker Joël, je pense, qui en a parlé. Donc, voilà, merci beaucoup de votre contribution et comme à l'accoutumée, on avait aussi insisté sur la soumission de documents écrits. Donc, si vous sentez de pouvoir ramasser tout ça et de le mettre sur un document et de nous l'envoyer, ce serait très bien. Je pense qu'il y a un autre qui a demandé la parole, Monsieur Makura ou Madame, qui a aussi demandé à parler. Je me trompe, de la Guinée.
Vous m'entendez?
Oui, je vous entends très bien, Madame Makura.
Ok, bonjour, je suis Onipogi Makura, je suis de la Guinée et je suis syndicaliste, je suis secrétaire générale adjointe et je suis le point focal pour la migration de la CSI. La pandémie sert de prétexte à certains dirigeants politiques pour attirer l'hostilité envers les migrants. Ils ont adopté des politiques de contrôle aux frontières plus strictes. Et de manière générale, ils ont fragilisé les droits des migrants. Mais paradoxalement, le rôle indispensable que les migrants ont toujours joué dans les sociétés, tout particulièrement dans les secteurs aujourd'hui considérés comme essentiels, est également mis en avant. Encore faut-il que cela se traduise par des politiques migratoires de long terme, plus centrées sur l'humain et plus bienveillantes. Certains pays, pendant la pandémie, ont pris des mesures pour aider des migrants. Mais il y a d'autres pays qui n'ont presque rien fait. Mais d'autres ont assuré qu'une faible protection, voire même aucune. De nombreux migrants sont restés immobilisés alors qu'ils essayaient de repartir dans leur pays d'origine. Donc vraiment, il faut qu'on s'accorde pour trouver vraiment de bonnes politiques. Et ceux qui crient toujours, qui disent, qui parlent toujours de la protection des migrants, souvent sont les premiers à violer le droit des migrants. C'est juste ma petite contribution. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Makura. Une contribution très constructive pour rappeler le droit des migrants dans une situation de crise généralisée où justement certaines politiques peuvent être tentées comment dire, rendre plus difficiles les procédures à cause de Covid et donc de fragiliser les avancées qui ont déjà été acquises grâce notamment au pacte mondial, mais aussi à d'autres politiques. Et donc, de parler, d'insister sur les politiques de migration à long terme et centrées sur l'humain. Je pense que vous reprenez très certainement les objectifs du pacte mondial sur la migration et l'importance de continuer à mettre l'accent sur le droit des migrants. Ce sont des éléments très, très importants qui viennent s'ajouter à la discussion. Merci beaucoup, Madame Makura, de votre Guinée natale. Alors, je vais juste voir s'il y a une autre personne qui voudrait prendre la parole, parce que je ne vois pas qui veut prendre la parole. Entre-temps, regardez un peu les questions qui sont sorties, s'il n'y a pas d'autres questions qui reviennent. Il n'y a pas un autre participant qui veut prendre la parole?
Il y a M. Emmanuel qui représente, qui lève la main.
Ah, Emmanuel, bien sûr, Emmanuel. On veut, Emmanuel, if you are back and your internet is better, we allow you to come back and finalize your statement. Emmanuel, are you with us? Yes. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. Yes, with you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Even though you got my, I wanted to buttress the points I was making with the necessity of communicating the story around migration a little bit more clearly, because you know it's easy to get lost in an ivory tower where experts are conversing. They know the principles, they know all these things, but when at the end of the day, these are some of the things you need to break it down to communicators, you need to break it down to journalists. I don't yet see a concerted effort to include the media in a systematic way that helps break down the false narratives around migration, but also helps emphasize and accentuate the positive ones. Take a country like Uganda. Uganda is now about to receive Afghan refugees. Uganda already has a good record for being one of the countries that has a great record for accepting migrants. These are some of the stories that need to come out so that we begin to, as reporters and communicators, be able to get a more meaningful understanding of how countries respond to the challenges around.
We lost you again, Emmanuel.
Migration. Kid ourselves with the fact that the African Continental Free Trade Area is here and is going to impact our lives. Sorry. Okay. Yes.
Go ahead. You have 1 minute to conclude, Emmanuel.
Okay.
We can still hear you.
Okay, sure. All right, sure. So the long and short is that I hope that we can also identify a more systematic way of integrating media and communication into the migration conversation, because we need to do that to be able to get rid of the false narratives and underscore the positive ones, and also, you know, do a naming and shaming of countries who are doing well in accommodating refugees and accommodating migrants. I think the AU has made progress with the 3 new institutions that it has: Morocco, South Sudan, and the Khartoum also, Mali. And these are some of the stories. Some of us will need to be monitoring them on how they are complementing the work of these new institutions into the larger global agenda in an age of the African Continental Free Trade Area. So that's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And I hope that you can also submit a written recommendation in that sense. And just also to echo what you're saying, that a lot has been done, but maybe it needs to be trickled down more into the very important role of the media as not just a consumer of the information that comes from the GCM, but also a true partner into, you know, changing the narrative of migration in Africa. I can call on one example from ILO, for example, with other partners when we launched the global media competition on migration. And now we are also moving into having a regional African competition so that we can build the capacity of the major and raise the awareness about their role, but also give them the tools and the resources to be able to do their work well. And it's unfortunate to see that for all the editions of the global major competition, non-Africans were part of the winners, which also show the lack of capacity or maybe the lack of interest to kind of cover that item beyond just showing the negative images and negative stories. So just that's very well captured. I think, Emmanuel, thanks for your contribution. I would like to call on the team to see whether we are not, we are almost done with this question and answers and contribution, and call on the speakers to see if any of them would like to contribute. We have some questions that are here, but maybe they can fill in the next discussion. Some of the question relates to let's say the African passport, for example, where we are, what are the steps, why it is being delayed, the issues of HIV/AIDS and the people living with HIV/AIDS and how they have been managed or addressed the issues during the pandemic, and in particular, people living with HIV/AIDS that are migrating and the stigmas that are around connected to them. Somebody talked about the role of WHO on migration during the pandemic. So we have a number of questions here that are not directed to a specific speaker, but they can fill in the discussion as we move to the open discussion now. I just wanted to make sure that I'm doing the right thing by closing this session. Okay, Philip Benzi says that we have to train the migrants on their rights. Once in the host countries, many of them have to overcome the fear and frustration in a new country that they do not really know how to claim their rights. So that's from RDC, good contribution. And we have also other contributions that you can see the question and answers. So I just wanted to make sure that we can close this session if we don't have any other contribution. I still want to call on the speakers that talked before if they want to add any elements from the presentation, the comments. Okay, Lauren, you want to take the floor?
With Ali Abbas.
Sorry? Okay. Honorable Dr. Tapiwa, you wanted to add something? And then we have Lauren. Lauren, please go ahead.
Hello? Oh, he can go first if he would like.
Okay, excellent. So we'll go for Dr. Tapiwa and then you will close. Lauren, is that fine for you?
Sure, thank you.
Good. Dr. Tapiwa, you have the floor. Do we have Dr. Tapiwa with us who wanted to talk, or I missed? Hello? Okay, so I think Lauren, you can have the floor because I'm not sure whether Dr. Tapiwa wanted to have add something.
Okay. All right, sorry to intervene at the very end. It's difficult with time zones for where I am, but thank you so much. Wish I could have been involved a lot earlier as well. But it's wonderful that everyone's coming together for this. I wanted to give a quick 30-second overview as well of Human Rights Watch's submission, which many topics and themes were already addressed and discussed throughout the day. And we did in our submission, which I sent a link in the chat box. If anyone is interested, we will have a French version coming likely later today or Monday to be posted. And we just covered a few of the, a lot of the countries' submissions on their progress on the Global Compact. They've made a lot of progress, taken a lot of steps, implemented consultations and policies and trainings and all sorts of things that are good. But one thing that I noticed was left out is really acknowledgement of ongoing particular human rights issues. And I noticed a number of the reports, for instance, failed to address detention of migrants, which is, moving towards alternative to detention of migrants is one of the objectives of the GCM, but several countries sort of left that out in their report, and other issues of safe and dignified return and discrimination and access to services for migrants, which are objectives within the GCM, but which there are certain practices we've documented ongoing that unfortunately still violate these rights for migrants. So we recognize in our submission the positive steps taken in a lot of countries on the continent that voted for the GCM, but highlighted in particular for where we've done research on certain relevant migrant rights issues relevant to the GCM, focusing on human trafficking, migrant detention, conditions of return, discrimination and xenophobia, and access to services and documentation. And we look at Nigeria, Senegal, Mauritania, South Africa, and Tanzania, so and Cameroon as well. And we have a few upcoming reports on these topics. But anyway, just wanted to highlight that. Thank you so much, and thanks to everyone for this interesting discussion.
Thank you very very much, Lauren, for also bringing in your organization perspective. I understand your organization has also submitted the written recommendations. So this is also going to be captured. I would like to end this panel session, which has been very rich with inputs from the various organizations. And I would like to invite you to continue the discussion either by using the question and answers or the chat, or sharing the links to the documents, because it always enrich the discussion. There are some questions that we couldn't answer, but this is an elevator speech, and we will move on to the next session and the consultation as we move on next week to the main event of the African review of the GCM. With this, I would like to thank everybody, not only the speakers, but also the participants who have been with us and who have contributed, and to hand over to Madam Facilitator, Mrs. Boza. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kumba. Indeed, these discussions have been very rich, and I'm just, yeah, it's just been very rich, very comprehensive. So thank you to all those speakers that really started with us this morning, and the participants, and the views that we've been getting, and the input has just been amazing. So right now we're going to move on to our next session, and I'm going to welcome our moderator for the day, Ms. Christine Van Burton. Christine is Christine is from the Regional Office for West and Central Africa for UNICEF. Christine, may you kindly take the floor and we can start the open discussions.
Yes, thank you so much. Let me just put my video on. I hope you can see me. Thank you so much, Ms. Sebele. Good afternoon, or maybe even evening or morning for some participants across the globe. Thank you for handing over for this open discussion that we will now have. And I see we still have 136 participants, so that's very encouraging. That will allow us to have a very rich discussion. As Ms. Sebele mentioned, so I'm working as a child protection specialist with the UNICEF's Regional Office for West and Central Africa, where we've also been involved in including stakeholders' participation in the lead up to the GCM review. And I'm very happy that I've been seeing a number of participants that have participated in the sub-regional stakeholder consultation for West Africa, which we held earlier in May. And they're here today. So welcome again, and happy to see you. So now is the time for open discussion and for sharing your experiences, your promising practices that you know of in relation to the implementation of the GCM. And in order to guide this discussion, we actually would like to propose three guiding questions, which are now already up on the screen, I see. Thank you, colleagues. So please, participants, if you can just have a look at the three questions. The first one is how the guiding principles of the Global Compact on Migration have been integrated into your respective national policies and in regional consultative processes, and how those may have helped to accelerate the implementation of the Global Compact on Migration. Secondly, as mentioned, we would very much like to hear from you on any examples of promising practices, lessons learned that may be relevant for other regions, or even also just for us to share, but also for other regions, and that we could then present at the International Migration Review Forum, which is going to take place next year, as was mentioned earlier. And thirdly, we would also like to hear from you on the specific areas of support that would be needed for the region. And this can go very widely. This can be related to specific objectives of the compact or to guiding principles. It can be related to needs in terms of capacity building, data gathering and analysis, for example, which is something that came very much out of the sub-regional consultation in our region, as I just mentioned. In terms of partnerships, in terms of funding. So please, any ideas or any suggestions on this would be most welcome also. We will keep those three questions on the screen so that you can revert to them during the discussion and ask the floor. So without further ado, I would kindly like to request all the participants who would like to intervene now to request the floor by clicking on the raise your hand button, as you've done in the previous sessions. Once you will be called to speak, then please, again, just as a reminder, introduce yourself first, your name and your organization. And in the interest of time, please try and limit your statement to 3 minutes so that we can make this session really as participatory as possible. We know that we have a very wide variety of stakeholders from different backgrounds. So we would like to hear as many people as possible during this session. And also please, and this is even an advice for myself, I'm not the best person in that, but let us all try and not speak too fast so that the interpreters are able to follow well. It's been a long day for them too, so I think they will very much appreciate that if we can try and pay attention to that. Please start putting up your hands. Please wait to unmute yourself until you are being asked to speak. And once you have finished, also mute yourself back so that we don't have background noises for the other speakers. And finally, also just for all participants, a reminder to select the translation channel on the bottom of your screen. So speakers, feel free to talk either in English, French, or Arabic as you're most comfortable. Now let us see. I think we have one hand up, if I'm correct. So if the speaker, if the person with the hand up has been allowed to speak, then please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, bonsoir à tous. Selon votre position, moi c'est Koné Lanzeni, sous-directeur à la Direction générale des Ivoiriens de l'extérieur en Côte d'Ivoire. Je représente à cette réunion DG Konaté, l'ambassadeur Konaté Isiaka, le directeur général empêché. Il faut savoir que pour la mise en œuvre du pacte mondial pour les migrations, nous avons en Côte d'Ivoire ici une approche multisectorielle. Nous avons déjà organisé un atelier de coordination en mai dernier avec les différents acteurs intervenants dans la gestion des questions migratoires en Côte d'Ivoire, partant des acteurs ministériels techniques, et aussi des ONG et tous les autres partenaires tels que la société civile, les confessions religieuses aussi. Cette approche multisectorielle vise à garantir le respect des droits des migrants établis en Côte d'Ivoire, faciliter la mobilité et aussi le travail des migrants. Concernant le droit des migrants, il faut savoir qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, il y a la couverture maladie universelle qui concerne tous les habitants de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et à ce niveau, même les migrants, les migrants sont concernés par cette couverture maladie universelle et la cotisation est de 1 000 francs par mois et permet à tous ceux qui sont établis en Côte d'Ivoire d'avoir accès à des soins de qualité. Et il y a un deuxième point sur lequel nous travaillons au niveau de la Direction générale des Ivoiriens de l'extérieur, c'est le transfert de fonds des Ivoiriens de la diaspora au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire. À ce niveau, on a un projet de mécanisme pour la création d'entreprises au profit de la diaspora qui vise à mettre en place des mesures incitatives pour permettre à la diaspora d'investir dans nos différentes régions. À ce niveau, on est en partenariat avec Expertise France qui a installé un projet pilote de 2 bureaux régionaux d'assistance et d'information au profit de la diaspora et on envisage d'étendre cela à 5 régions en 2022. Dans ceci, c'est différents points aussi que j'aimerais intervenir. J'espère que j'ai été bien reçu aussi pour l'interprétation. Je n'ai pas été trop rapide. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Koné. Thank you so much. I think that was very, very to the point, very succinct, and very interesting also to hear about how we are ensuring access to healthcare for migrants, especially in the time of COVID. I think that's a very hot topic. I think we have a second hand up. So please, to the next speaker, go ahead. I think we have, I can see Hideraldo Vaz.
Allô?
Yes.
Oui. Bonjour, moi, je suis Hideraldo Vaz, qui a travaillé en 5 ans, 6 mois avec l'OIM. Je suis de la Guinée-Bissau. Et là, excusez-moi, je ne suis plus avec l'OIM. J'ai créé ma propre entreprise sociale pour les réseaux, pour le support des données. Donc, concernant le migrant ici à Bissau, nous, on a vraiment difficulté dans la matière des données, des orientations de migrants. Par exemple, au niveau de la frontière de la Guinée-Bissau, les registres sont faits manuellement et après, ces données ne sont pas analysées. On ne sait pas qui est le migrant, qui est le résident, et on a d'énormes problèmes. Et avec l'OIM, j'ai travaillé comme database assistant de projet l'OTF. Et on arrive pas mal. Et, bon, je voulais dire que là, c'était un truc conditionnel d'enregistrer juste les migrants qui sont retournés vers la Libye ou bien Tunisie, Algérie, dans les zones du nord de l'Afrique. Donc, on a pas mal de migrants qui sont partis vers l'Angola ou bien qui sont retournés ou bien des migrants qui viennent de pays voisins comme la Guinée-Conakry, Gambie, qui ont besoin des assistances. Donc, dans ce sens que je voulais développer un bureau d'orientation pour assister les différents types de migrants et appuyer la direction générale de migration pour pouvoir prédistionner ou bien assister les migrants par rapport à leurs documents orientés pour aller chez l'OIM ou bien chez UNHCR selon leur vulnérabilité. Merci, je ne veux pas trop parler, en fait, c'est l'idée.
Merci beaucoup, obrigado. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to both the first 2 speakers who've been very, very to the point and who've stuck to the 3 minutes. This is really appreciated. I see we have more hands, so I will immediately go on to the next speaker. Please go ahead. Next speaker who has been unmuted. I think this is Ms. Laresh.
Oui, alors concernant justement, vous savez que le pacte bien sûr a été signé à Marrakech et donc.
Sorry, Ms. Laresh, there's a little bit of background noise. Could you speak up maybe a bit louder?
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Donc, moi, je crois qu'il y a des efforts qui ont été faits. Des efforts, mais bien sûr que ça ne répond pas à nos ambitions concernant justement l'approche droits de l'homme pour les émigrés. Donc, il y a eu des efforts, il y a eu des rapports qui ont demandé qu'il y ait plus de lieux de culte pour que les immigrés puissent pratiquer leur religion. Il y a eu pas mal de choses, des avancées. Quelquefois, il y avait on a ouvert bien sûr une session pour qu'ils aient des papiers, mais ça reste toujours, je dis que ça ne répond pas à nos ambitions en tant que défenseurs des droits. Concernant ce que nous voulons, alors ce que nous voulons en tant qu'association, c'est avoir et construire avec les femmes immigrées, comment justement avoir un suivi pour leurs droits et l'accès aux services sociaux, comme l'éducation pour les enfants, comme bien sûr la santé et le suivi de la maternité des mamans, et aussi un minimum de vie et de dignité. Et cela, moi, je considère que cela ne peut se faire que avec les concernés. Et comme dans notre coalition, la coalition qui travaille sur la violence contre les familles, il y a des représentants immigrés. Et donc, ça serait vraiment pour nous une opportunité de les réunir et aussi qu'ils s'approprient eux-mêmes aussi les défenses.
Ms. Larej, I'm afraid we have lost you. Est-ce que vous nous entendez? I'm afraid we have lost the speaker, so maybe we can get her back when her connection is restored. But let us maybe now first move on to the next person to speak. I cannot immediately see who. We have Miss Larej back. Okay.
J'ai fini.
Ok, pardon. On vous avait perdu une seconde. Okay, shukran. Merci. Thank you so much. So we have, it was quietly shut off at the end, I think, the connection, but fortunately we got most of your intervention. As we've run behind schedule, let me quickly try and move on to the next speaker, because we would really like to hear from as many of you as possible. So please, next person who has been granted the microphone, please come on the floor. And I think it's Mr. Ali.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please introduce yourself and give your inputs in 3 minutes maximum, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, hi, my name is Omar Moussa Ali. I am a director of social and demographic statistics at the National Institute of Statistics here in Djibouti. Thank you, first of all, for organizing this continental review of the Global Compact on Migration. What I wanted to talk about is that, as we all know, the first objective of the Global Compact on Migration is with regards to the collection and utilization of accurate and data on migration. And here in Djibouti, one of the issues that we had was having access to migration data. As you know, different agencies, departments, and ministries collect data related to migration, and these data are not centralized, and sometimes it's very difficult to access them, and the different departments are even reluctant to share those data with the National Institute of Statistics. So what we did is in order to overcome this shortness, is that we created a technical working group on migration data. And this technical working group gathers all the different departments, ministries, and agencies that collect data. And we started this effort in less than a year now. We started at the end of 2020, and we held several meetings. And now at this time, we are currently in the process of adopting data sharing protocols between these different entities. And once these protocols are adopted, what we are hoping is that we will have all this data at one place, and it will make it easier for the National Institute of Statistics, but also for other people to have access to all the different data related to migration, and that will help policy makers to put in place evidence-based policies. So that's something that I wanted to share with you, and thank you so much for giving me the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. Merci beaucoup. And indeed, very interesting to hear how you were trying to improve the issue of data collection and analysis. I think we have no other hands up from what I have understood. We did have a few participants that had requested before to intervene. I will just mention them, and then let's see if one of them would like to quickly also come on the floor. We had Lawal Amadou from the Amadou Bello University Teaching Hospital, Zaria. Dr. Joseph Umo from the Ministry of Health in Uganda. We also had Mr. Paxi Faustino from the Ministerio da Saúde, I think Ministry of Health in Angola. Mr. Charbua Bokengovnfin, who's a CSO observer for Africa and the Middle East to the Forest Investment Program. Mrs. Falilat Abiodun Sani from Lagos State University Teaching Hospital. Dr. Adina Nandama from the Ministry of Health in Uganda. And finally, we also had Mr. Suleiman Satigi Sidibe, who's the president of the Institute for Research and Analysis for Conflict Transformation in the Sahel. So if any of those would like to still come on the floor now, then please put up your hands. Otherwise, if there are no more hands, we will move on to the next session. Okay, I see no hands coming. So then I will indeed close the session here and hand over back to the next speaker. So thank you to all those who have intervened. Thank you so much for the conciseness of your interventions and of the very interesting examples from different countries in the region. I think we had the luck of having participants who intervened from all the different regions on the continent. So that's very much appreciated. Thank you for coming in. So I will now hand over to Ms. Hakima Haitar. Oh no, sorry, I will hand over to the moderator first. Sorry, who will then introduce the rapporteur. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you very much for that Q&A. Yes, so next up, I would like to hand over to the rapporteur. Our rapporteur is Ms. Hakima Haitar. Ms. Hakima is an international development consultant, and she'll just be assisting us or giving us a wrap-up of today. So Ms. Hakima, if I may kindly just give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bosa. So I will quickly go through, I think in the interest of time, just the key things that came out from the day. So I'll start maybe with the opening session and the key things that came out of the opening session. I think the colleagues reminded us of the spirit of the GCM, its whole of society approach, and we see this with the list of participants, speakers, and organizers of the consultation that this is being achieved. We're all learning from one another and hopefully work more in partnership than have parallel processes. The other thing I think that came out quite strongly with the different discussion was cooperation. Cooperation came up in many of the presentations, the need for cooperation at international, national, bilateral, departmental level, be it for data collection, alternative to detention, labor, and streamlining policies. Mobility as a human right was also stressed, mobility for development and growth, and it being the basic DNA of all humans. Humans have moved from time immemorial and will continue to do so to seek opportunities, improve their lives and those of their families. Charles spoke to the worrying trend of countries not welcoming migration and the need for this to change. As governments commit to the GCM implementation and migration and human mobility taking center stage, hopefully we shall see these changes. The AU's commitment to the GCM was applauded with 9 GCM member champion countries as well. In terms of the presentations, other areas that came up was COVID. COVID was another area that was of focus, from limiting migration, the implementation of the GCM, health concerns, the impact on the health sector, and resources for migrations being diverted, and border closures. There was also a call for universal healthcare that included migrants and a global health action plan. Remittances was another area that came up that was highlighted in a few presentations. Its benefits for the continent. Some countries now have a diaspora desk. There was a push for other countries to follow this lead and see the benefits from the diaspora in terms of knowledge and resources. It was noted that the diaspora was currently the largest investor on the continent, with 42 billion in 2020, and this has increased from previous years, and that was from 2018, 2019. So regardless of COVID, there was more remittances that were sent to the continent. And then member states were implored to see the benefits of the diaspora and look at incentives for the diaspora, such as tax incentives. With the diaspora being the other thing that came out was the narrative of migration. This came up in different presentations and was spoken about how journalists report on migration and the need for more in-depth investigative reporting, and journalists needing to be more careful when it came to terminology and understanding the complexities of migration and dynamics. And migrants also played a positive role, and the positive role of migrants was not always highlighted. So there was a need for, I think, journalists and the role they have to play as well in terms of changing this narrative. We had xenophobia and criminalization of migration was also addressed, and the lack of regular pathways forcing young people to take risky journeys to migrate. Political will was also highlighted, which made the difference between progressive policies and the implementation of the GCM. Lack of data also came up in a number of presentations and from the open floor, and the need for strengthened data collection strategies. And where data was available, data should be shared at all levels for improved policies, as well as appropriate programs to be put in place. Data on missing person also needs to improve, with many migrants lost at sea and on migratory routes. Documentation was also raised in 2 presentations, the cost and also young people not being registered, which leads to statelessness. And that's young migrant people born from migrant families. Regularizing migrants, such as in South Africa for Lesotho and Zimbabwe, was key, as detention was not a deterrent, but unnecessary and expensive, and for other countries to take suit in terms of regularizing their undocumented migrants. Xenophobia and discrimination is also another area that was mentioned, with migrants continuing to face discrimination in countries of destination. There was also a call for the ratification of the Free Movement Protocol and the need for the African passport to ensure visa-free movement for Africans on the continent. Good practices that were highlighted included Zimbabwe, where migrants will have access to all services. Tunisia, there's increased cooperation of different ministries on missing people. And Cote d'Ivoire has access to health for migrants. Advocacy was also required for policies on the continent, as well as the realization of the Global Compact on Migration. Labor migration was to be seen in a different light, cooperation among various departments in country, as well as internationally. And then lastly, in Jonathan's presentation, he mentioned that there are only 4 inputs from the continent and implored participants to submit written contributions. And these will also feed into the IMRF that's happening next year. So I think from everybody, I guess we have in this consultation and others that we've had rich discussion, and it would be useful if this written submissions could be submitted to the UN Migration Network, so this can be available to everybody. And in terms of the reports, these will also be available to everybody. Thank you very much. Over to you, Bossa.
Thank you so much, Hakima. That was very short, concise, and straight to the point. Thank you for that wrap up. Okay, so participants, we're now going to move on to the next leg of the session, which is really the closing session. So I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our first speaker in our closing session. Let me welcome Civil Society Liaison Officer at the United Nations Network on Migration, Ms. Monami Maulik. Ms. Monami, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bossa. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Bossa, to Hakima, who just spoke, and of course to the many, many, many voices we heard throughout the course of this very dynamic and important final multi-stakeholder consultation prior to next week's intergovernmental meetings for the Africa Regional Review. As you may have seen through the last few months, the many months of the regional review process in the African region, and the last actually regional review process globally, The reviews really provide an opportunity for all of your organizations, for stakeholders that are diverse, to build momentum on ensuring that the GCM is made reality on the ground in the policies and practices in countries and in regions, encouraging member states, partnerships with stakeholders, involving the media at a greater degree. And as something that I want to quote Aliyah Abbas, the wonderful journalist who spoke earlier today, an opportunity to shift the public narratives and transform the debates on migration. We saw in today's meeting that the GCM process has fully embraced the important whole of society and multi-stakeholder approach in its implementation, follow-up, and review. The GCM really has immensely opened up and expanded the world of stakeholders who are engaged on migration now, including those that are not traditionally migration sector actors. And I want to reflect a few of the takeaways we heard from some of the sectors, in addition to Hakima's very capable rapporteurship. We heard in terms of migrants, civil society, and migrant and diaspora organizations, the huge role that the diaspora and migrants play in development, in local leadership, in sharing their voices and inputs on the migration process, and the role of the diaspora as knowledge, trust, and drivers of remittances, which was mentioned many times, exceeds other aid in the continent. From youth, we heard about the need for job creation and opportunities, so young people also have the option to stay. We heard from local authorities and the private sector and trade unions. For instance, the colleague from ISS talked about alternatives to detention as a key priority. And I want to share that at the global level, the working group on alternatives to detention has been quite successful in really lifting the practices and advancing alternatives in different countries with champion countries by holding peer-to-peer exchange sessions amongst governments and with stakeholders to implement more alternative policies to detention. From the trade unions, colleagues, we've heard about, I think the brother Joel opened his remark by saying that migration is for work, particularly for the continent. And so the important work that is being done and needs to be furthered on fair recruitment, on skills recognition. And there was certainly a mention of keeping an eye towards the FIFA 2002 World Cup campaign for the rights of the migrant workers who are building this. We've heard also from our partners, the voices and parliamentarians, the national human rights institutions, about the central role of human rights, which is a guiding principle, certainly, of the GCM, and the need to build synergies across all of governments and ministries, as well as the importance of programs to address xenophobia that is faced by migrants. The IMRF in particular calls on the participation of national human rights institutes, including in written submissions for the International Migration Review Forum next year. And we also heard from the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement about the need to raise missing objectives. And this is very key because as we move forward to lift examples of what is taking place on the GCM, it is important to talk about the missing objectives, the missing elements of the GCM. And Objective 8 was mentioned about missing migrants and migrants lost at sea and in transit. And an example was given of a good practice in terms of the Migration Observatory in Morocco. We encourage you to expand the involvement in the GCM to your partners in civil society and in other sectors outside of the traditional migration sector. So for instance, with the UNFCCC Conference on Parties Climate change negotiations upcoming this year, it's important to bring in more NGOs and actors involved in climate to also be involved in the migration and mobility aspects of climate change. As well as involving actors that are more traditionally focused on gender issues or development issues or human rights issues to join the efforts towards the GCM. The regional reviews, of course, should not be seen as singular meetings that end today or next week, but rather you should see this as an ongoing process to build and deepen the relationship with your country level UN teams, with the country level UN networks where they exist, and certainly with the several African regional networks on migration. And if there's further support that's needed on this to ensure there's ongoing activities, that stakeholders are at the table, that stakeholders are invited to government consultations and meeting with your governments before next year's IMRF to inform their written submissions on what is being accomplished, what needs to be done on the GCM. If you need further support on this, the UN Network on Migration, us in the Secretariat here in Geneva, as well as the colleagues in the UN Network for the African region are here to build that bridge and ensure that access for stakeholders. With the IMRF, I'd like to just raise a few final points in that the discussions today, of course, will feed into the intergovernmental meeting next week through Hakima's report, and that the next few months afterwards will be key towards the IMRF in May 2022. It will take place at UN headquarters in New York, as mentioned. At this stage, we're uncertain whether it would be in person or hybrid as things have continued to shift and change with the pandemic. But certainly there is immense effort to ensure full and inclusive engagement of stakeholders. And so over the next 9 months through next May, be sure to look out for calendar moments and opportunities for you to engage again, to be involved in various activities building up towards the roadmap to the IMRF. I'll highlight a few of those key calendar dates for you now so that you can plan engagement for your organizations. On September 22nd, there will be a global UN Network on Migration stakeholder meeting, which we welcome all of you here to join. You will hear updates at the global level on the working groups, on the Migration Hub, on the Trust Fund, on champion countries, and you'll be able to share your ideas on the best outcomes and utilization of the International Migration Review Forum. We also welcome some of you to present your reflections and lessons learned from the Africa Regional Review process. Since this is the last review and we haven't heard the African reflections at the global stage as of yet, we invite some of you to join on the 22nd to do so. In September, we will also be launching a GCM in Action communication series, profiling videos, social media pieces that show examples of how the GCM objectives are being implemented on the ground with governments, but also with stakeholders as partners. And as Jonathan mentioned, and Hakima reminded us that to date, we've only received 4 submissions from stakeholders. I heard certainly today in the chat that ITUC, the International Organization of Employers, and others will look to submit reports as well. We're very much looking forward to receiving them and from any others who have joined here. Please don't be concerned about the format or the length of the report. What's most important is that the important messages, the important recommendations, the important analysis you brought today is shared in writing so that we can really use this to inform the international debates next year at the IMRF and the outcomes of what the priorities would be afterwards. Then in October, we plan to hold listening sessions or a webinar about the roadmap to the IMRF. How can stakeholders register? What is the process? And this will be with the Office of the incoming President of the General Assembly. Alongside it will be a guidance note on how stakeholders can register and join the activities for the IMRF. We also plan to hold 4 thematic roundtable webinars with stakeholders in the next few months to help shape the actual roundtable discussions being planned at the IMRF. And in February of next year will be the launch of the Secretary General's report, alongside a number of side events that we look forward to organize with champion countries, member states, and with stakeholders as well on the key issues that you see as important. So that would be through the first half of next year and into May during the IMRF itself. So we hope that the discussions today have helped motivate even further reflection and further action and partnerships in the coming months ahead, and to please not see next week as an end, but just really as the beginning of the process. And we look forward to working with you to really build the momentum and realize the objectives for migrants and communities of the GCM into next year and beyond. I will leave some links for the global website in the chat box as well as my email, and we're happy to add anyone here to the global communications list as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Monami. And at this stage, I really do want to commend you and your team for the amazing work that you're doing in engaging civil society and the relevant stakeholders in the GCM review consultations thus far. So thank you very much, Monami. Yes, so the last speaker is Ms. Christina Mejo. Ms. Christina is the Senior Regional Policy Advisor at the International Organization for Migration. Ms. Christina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues, it is a distinct honor to be here today to participate in a multi-stakeholder consultation, which has had engaging and dynamic exchanges throughout the course of the day. Today concludes the second day of the Africa Region Review of the implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration, following the first day, which consisted of 8 interactive side events. I would like to also equally commend colleagues who have been working tirelessly over the past year to ensure an inclusive approach throughout the full cycle of the GCM implementation, follow-up, and review in Africa. A multi-stakeholder consultation and 4 preceding roundtables, and academia, as well as an employers consultation, all took place to ensure space for relevant inputs and contributions to hear various voices and perspectives. The reports of these proceedings are posted and will be further placed on the UN Network on Migration website under the dedicated page for the Africa Regional Review, which will continue to be inputted towards the International Migration Review Forum in May 2022 and beyond. The reflections today provided a key contribution and further reinforced the need for a whole-of-society approach in the continent. The GCM recognizes a broad group of relevant stakeholders and their crucial work with migrant communities, many of whom we represent today. With that, it promotes the engagement of independent, diverse, and pluralistic actors that can produce mutually reinforcing partnerships both at the regional and national levels. Esteemed participants, your contribution in all phases of the GCM implementation, review, and follow-up is essential. Likewise, your engagement in national consultations, planning, implementation, and reporting processes while building constructive and forward-looking engagements with the governments will be decisive to ensure the GCM objectives are achieved. The review is an important milestone which allows for an open and inclusive reflection, not only of the progress that has been achieved, but also the common hurdles and challenges faced and how they together can be overcome. We remain attentive to our work to support the implementation of the GCM at the country level, and more importantly, at the local level, in our day-to-day work and lives, working to mainstream migration in all development efforts. This may be done in coordination with member states, or for example, such as the 9 GCM champion countries on the continent through one of the 17 national UN country networks, while others also being established, and or the 3 regional UN networks on the continent. It is equally encouraged to continue holding open and inclusive approaches to consultations, dialogues, and national as well as at the regional level. The COVID-19 pandemic has been identified as a key hurdle to sustainable development as it diverted much needed efforts and funds. It is to note, however, that through this pandemic, we've also been able to learn to adapt to connect virtually across the world. Moreover, while COVID-19 continues to impact us in our daily lives, we have an opportunity to advocate for new, innovative ways and to build back better. Including migrants and taking into consideration migration and mobility issues in the vaccine rollout and recovery plans will be essential as the world seeks to build back better, noting that no one is safe until everyone is safe. How we move forward together provides an opportunity to unite for efficient implementation, enhancing coordination, inclusiveness, and communication across countries and regions to contribute to the 2030 Agenda, the Agenda 2063, and the GCM. By implementing the Global Compact for Migration, we can make progress together towards the Sustainable Development Goals. The GCM ensures that migrants are not left behind. Instead, they are empowered to be agents of change and to contribute to sustainable development for all. Migrants have demonstrated with their incomparable resilience their clear role as essential agents of change to build back better. Migrants are one of the driving forces to support the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. They furthermore contribute valuable support for sustainable development in the region and around the world. Today, there is no one country that is not impacted by migration. Countries are equally serving as origin, transit, and destination. Only by truly implementing a whole of society approach together with a whole of government approach can we achieve a good migration governance, implement the GCM objectives, and lessen the heavy burden of COVID-19. The contributions of the various stakeholders you represent will only further bridge the gaps and complement states' efforts. Today's discussions highlighted the need for creation of regular migration channels and to seeking to reduce the factors of irregular migration, among many more. Furthermore, the powerful role of diaspora as a lever of development for the continent are key. We equally note the importance of working better together. Shared responsibility and innovative solutions are critical to work together to harness the benefits and opportunities of migration. We look forward to your active participation and engagement to achieve this goal. I thank you once again for your dynamic contributions today. I look forward to working together for the GCM implementation and review. I thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of our program. Thank you very much for those comprehensive and insightful speeches. And there's a lot that we can take away from all the speakers today. So thank you to the participants, the speakers, the technical team, interpreters, the list goes on and on. Thank you very much for a wonderful final, actually, yes, this is the final GCM consultations. So I think from all that we've really gotten today, the takeaways from today, we can answer the question that I posed earlier as to what we'd like to see achieved in Africa in the implementation of the GCM. With that said, have yourselves a lovely, lovely day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.